The Detroit River has held many a historical race in the time of powerboat racing, and tonight the virtual Detroit River will write another page in the history book of Saturday Night Hydroplane League racing as the Easton Eagles Gold Cup rolls into the virtual Detroit River here in Season 7 of the Saturday Night Hydroplane League Division 1. Good evening, everyone. My name is Daryl Kinsey Jr., the voice of the Saturday Night Hydroplane League. Welcome to Detroit. And the story of the season so far has been who can stop Cy Bowen in the U17 Rockbot. And so far, no one has been able to best him. As our top qualifiers for all four races so far, Cy Bowen, and our winner of 3 of the first 4 races, of course, also Cy Bowen. Will he get 4 of 4? We will see in just over 4 hours here in virtual Detroit, as qualifying has just wrapped up for the 20 boats that are on the water for tonight's race. And number one, of course, with an average speed of 165.9, is at U17. He will start tonight with the 200 points for being the top qualifier here in SNHL. We've got a packed list of interviews here tonight, including some previous Gold Cup winners. We will hear from them in a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more. Qualifying speeds just getting wrapped up here in Detroit. Only 2.5 mile per hour winds for qualifying, which means it's going to be a lower wind day here at Detroit as we run for the Gold Cup, which is going to be thankful to most of the drivers, as with the new wind going from 0 to 12 miles per hour, high winds tend to wreak havoc here at Detroit, as we have seen in the last 4 years we've done these streams. When those winds pick up high, these boats tend to run into trouble. But it looks like it's going to be a less windy day today. Less windy race day today, which means the drivers should have a little bit more ease in racing tonight. But Just because they don't have to contend with the wind doesn't mean they won't have to contend with each other. And as you've seen so far this season, the SNHL Division 1, been a lot of elbows out racing here so far, and that's probably going to continue as they race for the biggest trophy in the series. So we should have our heat draws in a moment, as we will be going to D-heats tonight, as we have 20 boats in the server. So 20 boats will take to the water. No Connie tonight, so we'll be taking 5 on the front line directly to the final, plus 1 trailer boat. We will have those heat draws in just a moment, so we get ready to race here in Detroit. So heat draws are coming up. We're going to get started with some of our pre-race interviews. We will start with the man that is absolutely dominated Division 1 and a previous Gold Cup winner in his own right. Cy Bowen joins us tonight in the U17 Rockbot. And Cy, another number 1 qualifying effort tonight. It's just becoming routine at this point.
I hope so. I'm trying to. We had to go out there for the last chance to try to beat Brian for that top spot. Luckily, we were able to get it done. Looking forward to a good night. We haven't done a whole lot of practice, about 3 laps before tonight, so we're gonna wish for the best. And so far, we're starting off right with the top qualifier.
3 laps, you would surprise me to say that, given how fast you were in qualifying. But you've won this race before in much tougher circumstances due to the wind. That wind is down, but I don't think that means this race is going to be any easier.
Oh, for sure not. Everybody here is able to win. I prefer the higher winds. I'm not too big of a fan of the smooth stuff. We perform a lot better in that and kind of set ourselves a little bit farther apart from some of the other drivers. So the lower wind is going to make it a lot tougher to actually win here. So it's not definitely going to be any easier whatsoever.
Well, we are getting to the midpoint of the season, and usually during this time, the driver that we would call the rabbit usually has the target on his back. This year, that is you. How do you deal with the fact that there's going to be a lot less racing room for you, I think, going on the rest of the year?
Oh, for sure. It's kind of been that way since we won the Miami race. After that, everything kind of started getting a little bit tighter, a little bit more aggressive, and I think it's going to continue the rest of the year. The main focus is to just focus on ourselves, try to get points, and try to see if we're going to be there in the final. So the target has been on our back the whole year. It's just going to get a little bit wider and a little bit easier to shoot at. So focus on ourselves, and hopefully everything plays out the way it does.
Well, if you go 4 for 4, I think you're going to be able to see that target from space. Cy, congratulations on your season so far. Congratulations on the top qualifier, and good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you very much.
That is Cy Bowen, the U17 Rockbot, qualified on the top spot, 165.9, his 2-lap average in qualifying this evening. And we are about 8 minutes until the go here. see if we have any heat draws. We do not have the heat draws yet, so we'll sit tight. We'll be right back with those heat draws in a moment. Heat draws for the first night, or for the first flight, are complete. This is your Heat 1A that is coming to the water momentarily in the race for the Gold Cup. The House of Color, Jay Sadrowski, got a qualifying average speed of 81.638. Officially a DNQ. He gets 0 points. Will still race tonight. He will be in the U19. Pete Lacoste, Peer Pressure, 160.424. His average lap speed, good enough for 16th on the order. The U88, J&H Marine of Connor Harnack, 161.913. Good enough for 15th. The Dutch Bros Coffee of Neil Dismang, 163.905, was 10th. And Elijah Smith in the Smirnoff, the U94, qualified 17th at a two-lap average of 154.382 miles per hour. Those are your first 5 that will take to the water here in Detroit with 1.5 mile an hour winds. The winds have died down here. This water is going to be smooth, but the racing is going to be anything but. Heat 1A. It's time to turn them loose in just a moment. And here we are heading out onto the water for the first time tonight. The first 5 that will take to the Detroit River. And with this course, I like to call it, it is a course of contradictions. Going down towards turn number 1, the Belle Isle turn, it is the widest and smoothest turn in all of hydroplane racing, and one of the easiest turns we'll have all year. As you ride along with Neil Dismang in the U94 Dutch Bros as we go through this, going into this corner, as you see as we're hitting the entrance pin now, you could probably fit 6 or 7 boats into this corner side by side. But what makes this course treacherous is heading down the backstretch here. So you make the turn off of the Belle Isle turn. You're going to have full throttle, enough wing to get good lift on the straightaway. You hit the kink heading down towards turn number 2, the Rooster Tail turn. This is a turn of legend. The tightest, the most treacherous turn in all of virtual hydroplane racing, and real hydroplane racing too for that matter. We've seen plenty of real boats get in trouble here. And if you slide out of the corner just like how Neil Dismang did right there, exiting turn number 2, you could be in a world of hurt and end up with a DNF or else a DSQ. And with 20 boats here on the water and no Connie to save you, every heat, every point matters. So we'll score up at the start-finish line at a minute 30, and then we will go racing at 0 as the boats start to situate themselves for that first run to the start-finish line of the evening. As Elijah Smith in this beautiful red U94 Smirnoff with the Maryland flag proudly displayed there on the canard of this boat. Elijah, it's been a tough season so far. He's looking for a pick-me-up here. And a win in Heat 1A would do great. And joining me now up in the booth is Nick Kish, our sponsor for tonight's event. Nick, always a great time when we come to Detroit, and we're about 2 minutes and 20 seconds from kicking this thing off.
Hey, Daryl. Glad to have everybody back again this year. Easton Eagles Entertainment is proud to present this year's 2024 SNHL Gold Cup. We've got a guest coming up here for you soon to color commentate for a little bit. Just got off the phone with him, and hopefully he'll be able to provide some expertise as a color position for you.
So we're getting down to about 1:30. Don't want to keep you too long, but this race, always a lot of fun. You're the hometown boat. What would it be like to win tonight?
Oh, it'd be just glorious to do something better than I did in qualifying. So, but we're here to have fun, and that's what we're hoping for.
And here come the boats actually off the Rooster Tail turn. They're going to hit that 1:30 pin perfectly, and it's a great run down the straightaway by Pete Lacoste and the peer pressure. He's out in lane number 3. Connor Harnack in the J&H Marine's going to get into his wake, as now Pete's going to jump to the outside.
Yeah, it looks like Pete's got a score up warning there.
Yeah, I think he was just a little bit early there. That is going to cost him. But meanwhile, into turn number 1 is Jay Sadrowski that's going to pick up lane number 1. The Dutch Bros looks like he's going to be in lane number 2. But Nick, this is more of a course where the lane may not matter, but the start here in about 58 seconds really does.
It's all about hitting the starts here, because the one thing you got to worry about is hitting it with speed. So if you got the inside lane, it's a shorter way around, but the outside has a really good chance of nailing the start with a lot of speed. And if you can get down there first turn first, Ricky McQueen proved it a couple seasons ago, you can cut everybody off.
We got contact there with the U94. Sorry to cut you off, but the U94 just made contact with the Dutch Bros, knocked him into the water, knocked him into the inner course, and now that the Dutch Bros is going to have to come back around the course, and that color commentator has just joined us, Brad Luce. We'll have some formal introductions in a minute, but you're just joined us just in time for all the fun.
It sounds like I perhaps just missed some fun, Mr. Kinsey. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great as we are 5 seconds to go. Hey, let's turn them loose in the Gold Cup. Heat 1A is underway, and we are heading down into turn number 1. Connor Harnack has the lead as Pete Lacoste, he's got the lead from the outside, actually in lane number 5, a disjointed start, and Pete is not legal. He has jumped the start. Connor Harnack in lane number 1 has the lead, and Brad, he's got about a rooster tail in front of everybody heading in to the Belle Isle turn.
Daryl, I'm not seeing you just yet, so don't throw it at me yet. Bring them home.
I will, so we'll keep on going. We'll have Brad in a moment, but we've got lap 1 underway. Right now, Connor Harnack is leading the way in the J&H Marine. He's got Pete Lacoste to his outside. He is not a factor in this heat. Jay Sadrowski, however, is second, about a rooster tail back as they head down towards the rooster tail turn for the first of 3. Behind him is Elijah Smith in the Smirnoff. He may have a penalty coming towards him for the contact between him and the Dutch Bros of Neil Dismang, who's running in 5th. He's now on your screen. We can start lap number 2, and it's Connor Harnack, J&H Marine, continuing to lead the way. So lap number 2 underway. We'll go around 3 times, and right now J&H Marine, Connor Harnack has the lead behind him. Jay Sadrowski has to push to the outside because Pete Lacoste has jumped into lane number 2. He's going to keep going here. Just in case someone gets into trouble, he'll be able to pick up some points if other drivers DNF in this heat, which you would say would not be an issue with how low the wind is, but this is the Detroit River, and it bites when it wants to. It's coming off the Belle Isle turn now. Jay Sadrowski's in 3rd as we've straightened out to a little bit of a boat parade right now. Connor Harnack up front leading the way. This boat, another one of our drivers that I'll affectionately say has been on the struggle bus so far this year, needs that 400 points to really get the season started. And as we hit lap number 3, we are one more time around. Here for Connor Harnack, he's 1 lap from getting a great boost in his national high points total with his 400 points. Pete Lacoste still running in 2nd. He will go to the back of the order when we hit the start-finish line to end this heat. Jay Sadrowski, they're still on the outside. He's actually got company by Elijah Smith there on the outside, heading into the Belle Isle turn, right along with Jay Sadrowski. You can see those wakes on the inside that he's trying to avoid. He's got clean water, but it's to the outside of our fastest boats, and he is losing time in the corner. Elijah Smith, same deal, unfortunately. At this point, I think he's just going to settle in for that 4th place, take the 169, and head on to the 2nd flight of heats. But up front, heading into the Rooster Tail turn is Connor Harnack, the U88 J&H Marine. Exits turn number 2. It comes to the start-finish line to pick up 400 points and the win in our opening heat of the night. Harnack wins Heat 1A. Pete Lacoste going to come across. Looks like he is going to drop back to the 3rd spot. As the drivers come across the start-finish line, this is your official rankings. They're on your screen. With Connor Harnack taking the win, Pete Lacoste drops to the back of the order. Jay Strowski 2nd, Elijah Smith 3rd, and Neil Dismang is 4th to round out Heat 1A. Well, Nick, that is one way to get the first heat of the night started. A lot of fun, but also a lot of controversy there.
A lot of adrenaline goes into that too. And from the sounds of it, we just talked with the referees. There's going to be a penalty on Elijah Smith for causing that contact with Neil Dismang prior to the start. So he's going to move down into the 5th position with the 1 minute penalty.
So that's going to help Pete Lacoste, but unfortunately for Elijah Smith, the rough season continues there. And I don't think that was intentional, but just got too hot-footed coming to the commitment pin, trying to bleed off some speed. Unfortunately, bled that speed right into the Dutch Bros. And that was it for, unfortunately, that was it for the Dutch Bros. And also that was it for Elijah Smith and having an opportunity for a decent amount of points in Heat 1A. However, we've got 3 more heats, and we'll talk to Connor Harnack, the winner of the heat, momentarily. We're now underway here in Detroit, the Gold Cup. Heat 1B comes up next.
We're muted. Cool.
Connor Harnack, the winner of Heat 1A, with us now. Connor, congratulations. That was a much-needed Heat win for the season, and you pick it up there with a great start.
Yeah, no, the season has been a roller coaster, and had to come out to Detroit with the right timing and hitting my start and nailing it and taking over.
So head into the second flight here. It's a calmer wind here at Detroit that usually makes things a little bit easier, but it seems like there's still going to be a struggle with the drivers, mainly getting up for this start, which is always a challenge here at Detroit.
Yeah, no, it's very challenging. It's a different procedure, and I'm actually liking this calmer wind. I'm not a big high wind type of guy. I'd rather it be calm, smooth, and keeps the boat on the water. So we got to fly it properly.
All right, Connor, thanks for joining us. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the night.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it.
Heat 1B coming up next. Sit tight. We'll be racing once again in just a moment. Brad is talking to people. I will need this screen over here. I need this screen. Mute. Heat 1B, ready to roll, heading out onto the water now. Our second heat of the first flight. These are your 5, and I believe someone just joined us. And yes, it is Nick Kish and Brad Luce that are back with us. Going to see if we got Brad. Brad, can you see the stream? Okay, looks like we have some... Okay, then we have some technical difficulties on Brad's part. We're going to try to get him situated. For now, we're going to go through the drivers in this heat and how they did in qualifying. We'll start with Callum Washburn in the U44, the Washburn 3D race boats. Qualified in the 8th spot. 2-lap average of 163.963 for Callum. Scott Witherall, the doctor, back with us after missing Tri-Cities due to a medical procedure, but he's all well and ready to race once again. Scott qualified in the 3rd spot. Great qualifying for Scott Witherall. A much better spot for Scott. He is one of our better qualifiers out there. Qualified at 165.658 miles per hour. Good enough for 3rd here tonight. And DJ Miller, the U1 DC presents Deft, making his first start of the season. Our defending champion, unfortunately, had issues in qualifying. He also got the dreaded DNQ at 41.113 is qualifying. And hey, I think we got Brad. All right, let me make sure you are unmuted. He is unmuted now. Brad Luce, the voice of H1 Unlimited, joins us tonight, and also H1 Unlimited's Volunteer of the Year. Brad, congratulations and welcome back.
Well, Daryl, I appreciate that very much. And the volunteer thing, that was an awful lot of fun a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, I was, if anybody has seen any of the comments and stuff that were posted on Facebook about it, I don't post on Facebook, but it was very humbling to read all the nice things. So yeah, it was, I felt very special and I was very honored. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, listening to you and Jeff and everybody that has joined you with the boats this season is a lot of fun with H1 Unlimited. It was a great season out on the real water. It's a great season we're having here on the virtual water. We're here at Detroit. This race, always entertaining. A lot of rich history every time Detroit is brought up when it comes to hydroplane racing.
It certainly is. It's like, Chip Hanauer used to say it's the Yankee Stadium of boat racing, and it really is. I got to go back there for the first time in 1999, and I honestly think maybe that was one of the better Gold Cups ever. Just as a sidebar here, as we're coming up on $1:40 before our start, and adding more credibility to our racing, I have the H1 Unlimited inspector, Steve Compton, sitting right next to me. So we got all kinds of H1 people here.
Oh, so we got all the H1 people here tonight as we're at the score up. Looks like it's all good, and the race down to the Belle Isle turn is on as the fight for lanes begins, and DJ Miller in that number 1 lane, Brad, as we head into turn number 1.
Yeah, now he's just in a defend mode down there. He's got everybody on his hip. He's in the lane he wants. He's looking at the clock, watching the watch. He's coming up on a minute here, coming off the exit bin. He'll be in good position. He just wants to make sure nobody can leapfrog him, and he will come to the line on that inside preferred lane.
Yeah, and as we exit the Belle Isle turn, heading down towards the Rooster Tail turn, it looks like everyone is going to be settled in their lanes. Mackay Burgess there in lane number 2. Looks like he's going to get in front of DJ Miller. Not going to have enough time to get over there and get that spot. So they'll all line up. This is your lane assignments here. The DC Presents Deft will be in lane number 1. Mackay Burgess in the U38 is lane number 2. Tim Johnson, the U50 Miss Tri-Cities in lane number 3. Callum Washburn, the Washburn 3D Race Boats in lane number 4. And that is our 4. We are missing a boat, which means someone has unfortunately gone over, and I do not see Scott Witherall. So at 14 seconds to the start, we're going to have 4 boats come around the Rooster Tail turn to get ready to start Heat 1B. Let's turn them loose onto the Detroit River again. We're at 3 seconds to the start, made that 2 seconds, 1 second mark, and we are underway and heading down towards turn number 1, and it's the leader is Tim Johnson there in lane number 3, head down towards the Belle Isle turn, Brad.
Yeah, if Tim didn't jump the start, he had a beautiful start from lane number 3, and he's got the lead on everybody now, about 4 boat lengths that they get down to that great big left-hand sweeper, as Jeff Ayler likes to say, the Belle Isle Bridge turn.
And we just heard a boat go down. That is not good. We've lost someone. We have lost DJ Miller. We'll go back and catch that in a moment. But back up front, Tim Johnson's got lane number 1 and lane number 2 jumped into lane number 1 now is the U38 of Mekhi Burgess. He's about half a rooster tail back, heading into the rooster tail turn. He'll have the preferred position going into the corner. Tim Johnson, though, will have the speed. We'll see who wins out heading into turn number 1. It's going to be close to deck to deck. They are going to be deck to deck heading to the start finish line. And Tim Johnson's going to hold on to the lead for now as we start lap number 2. The Miss Tri-Cities is in the lead, but the Trolley Sourbyte Crawlers is going to keep him honest, heading down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, see if Tim doesn't hold him in tight down here on the Belle Isle Bridge turn. He drifted out wide coming off of the Rooster Tail turn. See if maybe this time when he gets back up to the top end, if he doesn't try and hold the line a little bit tighter and get that boat on the inside of him on the left, force him to scruff off a little bit of speed.
Well, he definitely did it there through the Belle Isle turn. Burgess loses about 2 or 3 boat lengths exiting that corner. So Tim Johnson now has a full Rooster Tail lead heading towards the Rooster Tail turn. And it's going to be hard for Mekhi. He's got the inside position. He's got the preferred lane. But to his outside is another one of the fastest boats in SNHL. It's going to be a challenge going through this Rooster Tail turn. He gets a couple of boat lengths outside of the turn. But now the U50 just going to put on the jets. As we start the final lap here, the U50 leads the way, but Mekhi Burgess chasing him down.
Yeah, Mekhi got held in tight up there. Definitely Johnson took a much tighter line through the Rooster Tail, and I think it paid dividends for him. And now he's got a much better lead than he had on the last time down. I would expect Tim's going to hold him in tight. Look at that view right there from on board with Mekhi, and he's got a tight hallway to drive through. Johnson doing a great job coming off that corner in lane number 2.
I don't know if it was a hallway. It was more like an alleyway that Mekhi Burgess was trying to drive through there. He manages to keep it off the buoys, manages to secure those 300 points. But for Tim Johnson, the U50 Miss Tri-Cities, one of the fastest boats on the circuit in lane number 2. Let it all hang out. He's going to pick up those 400 points as he heads to the Rooster Tail turn, looking for the checkered flag for 400 points and the win in Heat 1B. Going to go to Tim Johnson in the U50 Miss Tri-Cities.
That was a good run, and it all started with an outstanding start from lane number 3. He wired it, and at the end of the heat, he never looked back, although Mekhi was going to stay on that left side rear view mirror the entire heat.
So here are your results there on the left side of your screen. We lost DJ Miller, and we lost Scott Witherall, who did not start. We'll try to go back and see what happened with both of those boats, as both of those incidents really happened close together. So we're going to take a quick replay. And Brad, we're going to try to figure this out as our defending champion making his first start of the year, unfortunately, ran into some trouble. And so we'll go through it. We'll start with what happened with DJ Miller. And they hit the start. They're heading down towards the Belle Isle turn. Everything looks fine here. They'll hit the kink, head down towards the corner, and him, that U38, are getting a little bit close to each other. And I think these two boats may have had a coming together of some sort with the wake as they come through the corner. And DJ Miller, no, that boat just dies.
Wow.
I think that is our dreaded controller failure. I believe for the U1, that boat unable to get fired up again.
Wow, that's a tough break.
So looks like he gets it restarted. I'll try to follow this thread to see what happens. I think he definitely brings it back in, as we saw him not finish the race. And it looks like we saw the tail end of what happened there with Scott Witherall. We'll drop this back a little bit further. It looks like Scott may have gotten into trouble before he even got through turn number 1. Yes, he flipped before he even got to of the Rooster Tail turn. So we'll watch this now. Through the Bilal turn. Oh, he just made contact with Callum Washburn.
Yep.
And over he went. So that is unfortunate for both those drivers. And we'll see if our interview, we do have Callum with us. We will bring him up. Callum Washburn joins us, the winner. Actually, no. They're saying Callum was the winner. Let's see those results again. And yes, Callum is the winner because Tim Johnson jumped the start. So, Brad, that start we wondered about, looks like it wasn't so perfect.
Yeah, I think we made the comment that if he didn't jump, he had maybe the best start of the year. But unfortunately, he was a tick too early. So, yeah, we have Kellen Washburn as our winner. So congratulations to him.
Callan, congratulations, and I think your timing marks were the best in that race. As Tim Johnson, Mackay Burgess, the two boats in front of you, they jumped. You take the win and get 400 big points.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know how good those timing marks were. We were coming around there. I knew I was early. I backed off. I knew at least a couple of those boats had to have jumped. Looked like DJ was right on, and then I'm going through turn one, and I see DJ slowing down, and I was like, "Oh, this is good."
So, Callan, you pick up the 400 points. We know how tough this river can be as we're starting Heat 1C. With all the trouble the other drivers could get into, those 400 points could pay dividends with you possibly getting into this final here later on today.
Yeah, that heat win is going to be big. Yeah, because this is a really competitive field, and it's hard just to get one heat win.
All right, Callan, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thanks.
So Heat 1C heading out onto the water. This is your starting lineup. As we go in, as we're past the halfway point now in the first flight, the Miss Presley May of Brian Ollinger, former Gold Cup winner racing tonight, qualified second at a 165.759 miles per hour. Also joining us is the Dream Warrior, presented by Lucas Oil. Harley Gray qualified in the ninth spot, 163.951 miles per hour, his fastest time for ninth. The Mopar of Jeff DeWalt is next. He's on your screen now. Jeff qualified in the 12th spot, 162.735, his 2-lap average. And also out on the water, I just saw it, that red, white, and blue. This is not the Miss Apollo. This is the Miss Sam's Cola, with Tyler Sams. He was a late arrival, did not qualify, so he has a 0 next to his points total, but he will obviously be allowed to race tonight. And rounding out the field will be the A&W Root Beer of Scott Garner, 163.282. His qualifying speed, that'll be good enough for 11th on the board. And there is Scott Garner on your screen now. Brad, we're 2 heats in. And I think the theme is the Rooster Tail turn is a challenge on this start. And I think a lot of guys have a lot of work to do with their timing marks. We've had 2 starts so far, and I will describe them as disjointed so far.
Yeah, and I was reminded watching that last heat where we had the 2 boats jump the start. I'm reminded of my friend from back in the day by the name of Debbie Gregory. And she used to just walk through the pit area going points, 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 because in a field this big and that competitive, you need points in every heat. And little stumbles like jumping the clock may not seem real big right now, but when we start counting up points at the end of the day for the final heat, it's going to come into play. So you've got to be legal. You've got to score points, and as many as possible in each heat, and you can't give them away by jumping the clock.
Yeah, and not just jumping the clock. We've seen 2 boats. We've seen one boat get washed down with DJ Miller. He was unable to complete the heat. And then Scott Witherall in that same heat ended up rolling the boat over, coming to the start, just misjudging the turn. Those type of mistakes with a Detroit River that is calm, and I'm pretty sure that's an oxymoron, what I just said. As calm as it can be, that is going to come back to bite these guys when we get into the third flight later on tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The water conditions, I was noticing that in the last heat. They look absolutely beautiful, and it's a special day when you get conditions like that on the Detroit River.
Yep, so we are 5 seconds to the score up, and Harley Gray out there in lane number 4. He's going to have a great run to it as they hit the start-finish line. Everybody's legal, and Harley Gray, heading towards the Belle Isle turns, got a great shot at grabbing lane number 1.
Yeah, that was a nice move on the outside. He got there legal, but he also had the jump on the field and was able to get enough overlap and move over to the left and get on that inside lane. Now he just needs to defend it all the way up to the top end, and he'll have himself a good starting position.
Yep, Brian Ollinger there in lane number 2, and it looks like everyone's in a boat parade as far as lanes are concerned. Tyler Sams in 3. It looks like Jeff DeWalt's going to be out there in lane number 5. Well, we'll call it lane number 4, but it's a wide lane number 4, and Scott Garner will be in 5. So everyone is set up for the start. They'll hit the score-up buoy here, which is the exit of GP turn number 1. Now they get ready for the Rooster Tail turn, and this, Brad, we haven't seen them all hit it right yet. How many drivers are going to be able to come around this corner at speed to hit the start? That's going to be the important part here in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, and it's a short run off of that exit pin down to the start-finish line, so you've got to be right.
So Harley Gray is the first on the pedal as they come around the Rooster Tail turn as they get ready to turn them loose in Heat 1C. Gray in lane number 1. He's got a good start. Also a good start in lane number 4 with the U60 of Scott Garner's. Or 5 seconds. Make that 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start, and it's a much better start, but it's Harley Gray in lane number 1 that got there first, but he's got challengers from Tyler Sams and Brian Ollinger in lanes number 2 and 3.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed off to his right. He's going to have the lane position on this big wide corner at Belle Isle, but everybody's going to be able to keep their foot in it all the way around this corner, and I think you had somebody go over there going through the turn.
That was Brian Ollinger that came together. I think 3 boats came for 1 spot, and Brian Ollinger, unfortunately, was the loser on that one. The officials will make a call on that, but we'll call them as they are on the water. And right now on the water, it's nearly deck-to-deck between Sams and Gray. It is deck-to-deck between Sams and Gray as they head towards the Rooster Tail turn. Will they be able to make it through this corner as they fight for the lead? Sams has it. Gray wants it. They head into turn number 1. Gray strikes the buoy. He skids out to lane number 5. His race is over, and Tyler Sams has the lead as we start lap number 2.
And there it is again, Daryl, exactly what we were talking about. Those little mistakes that are just going to be so costly. He was in great position, whether he finished first or second. He had a lane. He just made a mistake, got too tight on the buoy row, and that's going to cost him dearly.
Tyler Sams has the lead heading into the Belle Isle turn. They navigate around the stricken boat of Brian Ollinger as they hit the exit of turn number 1 and head down towards the Rooster Tail turn. Sams has the lead, barring any penalty calls here, and the race is kind of stretched out now as Harley Gray, he's on the water second, but that 1-minute penalty will drop him to the back of the order. And meanwhile, we have a great battle for third here, Brad, between Scott Garner and Jeff DeWalt. Garner there on the inside going to take the 3rd spot away as they head to the Rooster Tail turn.
Boy, he's really light on the front end, just getting a great boat ride up the backstretch. Boat looks like it's running really well. He almost fell out a hole right there. I thought he was possibly going to hook it up at the Rooster Tail turn, but he got through clean. That boat looks awfully quick.
Scott Garner there, he's going to be 3rd. He's going to pick up the 225 points. He could be in the position, though, for the win if there's a penalty call on this boat, the U35 Miss Sam's Cola of Tyler Sams. He'll go to the Belle Isle turn. Brian Ollinger is off the water. Do not need to navigate that boat as he'll hit the exit pin of the Belle Isle turn. And Tyler Sams looks like on the water is going to head towards 400 points. He's got no challengers around him. He can just ease this boat down the back straightaway towards the Rooster Tail turn and pick up 400 points and a big Heat 1C win. So here comes Sams. Going to put that boat on the water, come around the buoy that's now in lane number 1, so he goes out to lane number 2 to avoid that, and heads to the start-finish line buoy to take the win in Heat 1C.
Tyler Sams, at least from our vantage point, or at least mine, Daryl, looked like he drove clean. Like you said, we will wait and hear from the officials. But if they give thumbs up and he was clean, that's a good way to start your race day.
Yep, so Scott Gardner's going to come across. He'll officially pick up the second spot from the buoy strike with Harley Gray. We'll get your results up on the screen. Your unofficial results. With Tyler Sam, Scott Gardner, Jeff DeWalt, your boats to finish the heat. Harley Gray struck a buoy. He will be in the fourth spot. Let's go back and take a look to see what happened there on the start with Brian Ollinger. So watch that black and red boat in the center. We head down towards turn number 1. Heading towards the Belle Isle turn, and I think what's going to happen here is he just got onto the wake of the U-27 and went into the inner part of the course. And then from there, that was the end of it.
There may be. We'll wait to hear from the officials on this one. That looked like Mr. Sams maybe moved a little left. It was getting tight in there.
Definitely getting tight, and that has been a theme of Division 1 this year, Brad. The lanes are small down here. I think lane 2, as we usually say, Division 2 kind of runs like Division, or like H1. They kind of run like the boats are real. Here, they definitely treat it as it's a video game. But Sam's, I think he cut that entrance a little tight. I will agree with you there. But we're going to sit tight. We're going to wait for the officials to make the call. And then we'll come back with our winner of Heat 1C. As it's been action-packed so far here from the Gold Cup, Heat 1D is coming up next. So So Heat 1C is now official, and Tyler Sams will be your official winner of the Heat. There was a challenge that was lodged by Brian Ollinger to say that there was an impediment there. That challenge was denied. So Ollinger is going to lose 90 qualifying points per the rule book. So he will be down to 90. And with that DNF, that's going to make things a little bit harder for Brian Ollinger to pick up Gold Cup number 2. But the good thing is we've got 3 more heats to go. So he's got plenty of time to pick up the needed points to get into the final heat tonight. And now joining us is Tyler Sams in the Miss Sam's Cola. Tyler, that turn number 1, closest one of the night so far. Take us through it from your vantage point.
I had 2 really great drivers on the inside, so I had to hold them tight, and that's what I did. I think I think it got a little rough in there. I don't know. I haven't really watched it yet, but it was a good race.
Tyler, this is Brad Luce here. Congratulations on your win there. When you do get the opportunity to see the footage of that first turn, it did indeed get tight, but you guys went down there 3 wide. And with that much speed off to your left, that's kind of what you have to do, right? I mean, you got to hold those guys in tight. Otherwise, they're going to keep their speed up on you and make it real hard on you.
Yeah, those guys are some of the best drivers in this this league, and I think that was all I could have done is hold them tight there, and I think that's the only way I get a win there. So it was a good race.
It was an awfully good race to watch. I'm sure you had fun running it. 1 down, good way to start the racing for you.
Thank you. It's always fun to race with those guys. Always fun.
All right, congratulations, Tyler. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Heat 1D coming up next. What has been an excellent night of racing so far here in the Gold Cup, here from the virtual Detroit River. Heat 1D here with you in the Gold Cup, SNHL Gold Cup presented by Easton Eagles Racing. Brad Luce is with us as well. I'm Darrell Kinsey Jr. We're ready to call Heat 1D. And Brad, so far this first flight, been some incredible racing, but we've also seen some big mistakes. And as you've been saying here over the last couple of heats, points are all that matter here in this first heat.
That is all that matters, and you don't want to have your boat go over, take yourself out. You don't want to have a penalty. You certainly don't want to jump the start. We've seen a couple of those. You just want to score the points, run clean. Getting a first place here is not the most important thing in the world. We're getting a first, second, or third, scoring those points, and getting ready to go in the next heat. That's what's big, and that's what these guys are going to have to settle down and try and do.
We'll see if they can bring the aggression down here in Heat 1D and for the rest of the night to try to score those valuable points. As we have Heat 1D, we're about 3 minutes and 8 seconds from the start. Here's your starting lineup. On your screen right now is the Belltown Hydro of Mikey Callaway. He qualified 13th, 2-lap average of 162.625 miles per hour.
Kish.
Next up is the U90, the Easton Eagle of Nick Kish. Our presenting sponsor tonight, 162.476 miles per hour, qualified 14th. And Brad, you saw a lot of this guy during the summer, if I remember correctly.
I saw an awful lot of that guy. I think we're related just by being together so much. But no, he's a wonderful young man. He works so hard for the sport. And not only so hard for H1 Unlimited Racing, but also for SNHL. This is going to be a treat for me to watch him race. This will be fun.
Yeah. So Nick Kish heads down towards turn number 2. Also in this race is Cy Bowen, the U17 Rockbot. As we said at the top of the show, this has been the man to beat so far, Brad. We've run 3 races so far, not counting tonight. Cy has qualified, the top qualifier in all 3. He's won all 3, so I'd say at this point he's got a pretty big target on his back.
I would say he's got an awfully large target on his back. But the other thing we always say in H1 Unlimited Racing, the great equalizer is the Detroit River. Now, the conditions are beautiful right now, but we've got a lot of racing to go, and everybody's going to know where Cy Bowen is on the race course.
And he's in lane number 2 right now. Mickey Callaway, Scott Brisbilski going to round out the start as we hit the 1 minute pin, and it's a great jump by Mikey Callaway. He's out there for lane number 3, but he's going to be looking for more as they head towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, the field was kind of ragged coming across on the score up, but they got it done. And the coming across on the 1 minute buoy, the 1:30 buoy, and now down at the lower end of the race course, they will start buttoning themselves up, and the field will tighten when we get to the top end. Nick Kish was the last one across up the top end of the race course, but he's coming hard on the outside. We'll see if he can time it and get the jump.
Yep, so Mikey Callaway's in lane number 2. He will not be able to get over to lane number 1 with the U17. Mickey Washburn will be in lane number 3 in the Miss Coca-Cola. Scott Przybylski lane number 4. And Nick Kish, he's going to have to try to get this done from the outside, lane number 5, with the U90. So back up front now, 35 seconds to go. Cy Bowen in lane number 1, Mikey Callaway lane number 2. That U17 reminds me a lot of that powder blue and white boat that the Miss Madison group campaigned for many a year. You can put that boat in about any lane it wants to be, and it's still going to be fast.
As our boats are up by the yacht club right now, and I had some screen freeze going on, but I got it up and running now. I got all 5 boats there. Nick Kish is definitely caught up with the field. We're inside 4 seconds. Bring them down.
2 seconds, 1 second. Mark, we are underway in Heat 1D, and leading the way from the outside. Looks like it's going to be Nick Kish out there in lane number 5. Mickey Washburn, though, Cy Bowen going to challenge heading into the Belle Isle turn. There's a lot of boat speed down that inside, Brad.
Yeah, there is. Nick's carrying as much speed as he can on the outside. Right now, he's holding him off, and it's going to be pure lane position that's going to cost him the lead when they get to the exit pin where they are now. And Cy Bowen is on the inside in good position, but you got 3 wide coming down the backstretch. Good racing here.
We got almost a triple decker heading down towards the Rooster Tail turn. You got Washburn in the middle, Kish on the outside. On the inside is Bowen heading down towards the Rooster Tail turn. You've got 3 boats heading down toward this corner. Will they all survive it as the U17 is going to pull up front? They all get through the corner well, and it's going to be the U17 that comes out with the advantage as we start lap number 2 with Cy Bowen leading the way, and the battle now is for second between Mickey Washburn and Nick Kish.
I tell you what, I've stood atop the pit tower in the Bill Muncie pit area up there and watched 3 wide go into that Rooster Tail turn, and I hold my breath every time. No different watching these guys tonight. It is always a treat. 3 wide in the Rooster Tail, but all 3 of them handled it very, very well.
All 3 made it through, and it's Cy Bowen that is the winner out of all of it from lane number 1. He's got about a Rooster Tail lead now over Mickey Washburn in the battle for the lead. Nick Kish has dropped back to 3rd. At this point, I don't think he's going to be challenged from behind, so he's got 225 points in the bag, provided he can keep that boat on the water for 1.5 more laps. Mikey Callaway is in 4th, and Scott Przybylski is in 5th. But up front, the U17, the guy with the target on his back. As we start the final lap, Brad, that target's going to get a little bit bigger with every heat 1. He's on the final lap now.
He is on the final lap. The boat looks really, really good. And now it's kind of what we talked about as we were getting ready for this race. We've got 2nd and 3rd place that are well defined. These guys just need to stay where they are. Don't do anything silly now. Take the 2nd place, take the 3rd place, live to fight another day. And the day when the big fight is the final heat. Get your points and make sure you find your way in there. But this guy looks really, really impressive. He being Cy Bowen in that U17 rock box. The boat is quick. He's got a great boat ride, and the way he positioned himself at the start of this heat, he obviously knows how to handle this race course.
Not bad for a driver that, according to him, only had 3 laps of practice before tonight's race. Cy Bowen made that practice count, and he is 1 turn away from another 400-point total and expanding his national high points lead as he exits turn number 2. U17 Cy Bowen wins Heat 1D.
Boy, I'm not going to say it was wire to wire, but he nailed a really good start. He wasn't the boat to break the clock. That would have been Kish, but Kish just didn't have the lane position. He was on the outside, but Nick showed me a lot of boat speed. He ran well. He was just going around an awfully big race course on the outside, and that's a tough and tall order on the Detroit River. But good racing.
Yeah, I think that was our cleanest race of the night, and that U90, you're right, Brad, Brad. He had a lot of speed, unfortunately. He was trying to get it done from lane number 5, and when the boats to the inside of you also make a good start, it makes it really hard to consolidate that position. But Nick was able to hold on to third, pick up 225 points. But for Cy Bowen, another heat race win, and we're quickly running out of superlatives to talk about how dominant his season is, and the record for consecutive wins to start the season probably in danger right now. It's currently tied between him and DJ Miller with 3, and we are far away from that final heat. But if Cy Bowen keeps running like this, he's going to go 4 for 4 to start the season. As Cy Bowen, the winner of Heat 1D, joins us now. And Cy, that was a race won, I believe, by boat position. You had lane number 1, but you had 2 fast boats on your outside. But at the end of the day, I think those 3 laps of practice came in handy.
Absolutely. We were able to get an inside lane. We didn't necessarily need lane 1, but it worked out in our favor. Lane 2, I think, is a little bit faster here, especially with going through that Rooster Tail corner and being able to fly the boat. We definitely had some 2 fast guys. I knew that we were dead to dead for a majority of that first lap, and kind of once we had the lead, we were kind of able to control the arc and able to walk away a little bit.
So, Cy, it's Brad Luce here, and congratulations on your heat win there. Now, this is the first racing I've seen this year in your league, and these guys are talking some pretty big superlatives about you. Apparently, you haven't been beat yet. Nobody's listening. It's just you and me. What's the secret?
I would say practice, but coming here, we didn't have much. I know the rest of the rest of the season, we had plenty of practice. A lot of it is just time on the sim. I have several years of it on here. Took a couple of years off, of course. I think 5 years off. But it kind of sticks with you, kind of like riding a bike. So the time on the sim definitely helps. And then, of course, just practicing for each race.
Hey, Cy, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't I remember a number of years ago, weren't you driving the U3?
Absolutely.
I remember. The old man still got it a little bit.
Yeah, no, those were some fun days.
I remember. That was back at, oh, gosh, that was 4 or 5 years ago. Anyway, congratulations. You got a long way to go. You look good. Good way to start your day.
Thank you.
All right, Cy, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Heat draws for the second flight are underway. We'll be right back to start the second flight of heats in just a moment.
Yes.
Second flight of heats beginning now. Heat 2A heading out onto the water. We have 5 more boats to get your start in just a moment. The winds have picked up a little from 1.5 miles per hour to 2 miles per hour. Still a calmer water, but Brad, this is the time where if you've got some points, you want to stack up heading towards the second half of this race. But if you had a bad first heat, you want to try to smartly rebound here in the second flight.
Yeah, then you're starting to put a little bit of pressure on yourself. You're exactly right. The guys that scored well in the first section of heats, they want to go out and just do that again. They don't have to get that first place, but if they come off the corner in good position, run it hard, see where you go, but score points. Now, those guys, as you said, that didn't score so well, pressure's on them a little bit. They've got to do better. Now, if they've got a chance of fighting for that first place finish or maybe a second, they might have to push a little bit harder. So the game changes and gets a little bit more, it's a little bit tougher with each section of heats that we go through. This will be interesting.
So let's go ahead and get through the starting lineup of Heat 2A. We've got Pete Lacoste, U37, the peer pressure. He finished fourth in Heat 1A after qualifying in the 16th spot. So Pete currently on points is sitting at the 16th spot with 199 points. Connor Harnack, the J&H Marine, is next. Connor on the night. Let's try to find his boat. He won Heat 1A after qualifying 15th. He's on 430 points, so good start for Connor. Elijah Smith, the U94 Smirnoff, qualified 17th, finished 5th in our opening heat of the night. He's on 157 points, so that boat has some work to do in this second flight. And we got Jeff DeWalt in the U31 Mopar. Jeff DeWalt qualified in the 12th spot, finished third at Heat 1C. He's on 239 points. And Scott Przybylski, the U8 Mr. Pringles. Scott qualified in the 7th spot, finished 5th in Heat 1D. He's on 217 points. So, Brad, to your point, as we're about 30 seconds to the score up, we've got a couple of drivers here that scored well in that first flight, but most of this field, they definitely would like to see a podium here in the next minute 55.
Yeah, they really would. I want to keep an eye on Connor Harnack here. He's got that first place finish in the first heat. He wants to finish strong again. But then the other side of the coin is if he comes out of that corner in good position, he can really hurt the plans of some of these other guys if he could bury him a little further, take a first place himself. Coming down to the score up.
So we're 4 seconds until the score up. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Mark, it's a good score up. Pete Lacoste is actually going to get there with speed. He's in lane number 2. He's going to get over there and grab lane number 1 as the Mr. Pringles was dead late getting to the scoring pin, and Pete Lacoste is going to get over into lane number 1.
Yeah, that cost him not having boat speed at the line, so we'll see where he ends up. It looks like he's going to go at least out as wide as lane number 3, but we'll see how that plays out. Still got a lot of time until the start. The guys are defending their position up the backstretch. Still just inside a minute, coming up on 55 seconds to the start. It's our Heat 2A.
And Elijah Smith's going to have lane number 2. Looks like Jeff DeWalt will have lane number 3, and Przybylski and Harnack, they're going to end up from the outside lanes. In fact, Connor Harnack did not have a great score up at all. He's going to have to get this done from lane number 5. The good thing about this Detroit River is that on this course, you can get a good start from out there, but if the boats to your inside, if they are also on the right timing, it's going to be a struggle. But for Harnack, Right now, he's just trying to keep points and stay out of a mistake. We are 15 seconds until the start, and there is a lot of boat speed there from lane number 4 with Scott Przybilski as we're ready to turn him loose for Heat 2A. Hitting the exit pin with 6 seconds to go. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a good start, and from lane number 4, it's Scott Przybilski with the lead heading to the Belle Isle turn.
Boy, he nailed that start. If he's legal, and I think he was, he wired it beautifully. The last time they came across start finish at the score up, he didn't have the speed he wanted, but man, he caught a lot of it that time, and he's got about a 4 boat length lead right now as they're down at the apex of the Belle Isle Bridge turn.
Scott Przybilski leads the way with Pete Lacoste in second. There on the inside. Back in third is Elijah Smith. Jeff DeWalt is fourth. He is slow because I think there was contact between him and Connor Harnack, who's pointed to the outside of the race course and out. And from 400 points to nothing is going to be Connor Harnack's score, and his night and his tough season continues. Meanwhile, through the Rooster Tail turn, Scott Przybilski maintains that 4 boat length advantage as we start lap number 2. He's got peer pressure to his inside as Pete Lacoste there in second, but Przybilski holding tight with that piston power.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race all the way to the finish because Przybilski's got a lot of boat speed, but he's sitting on that outside lane, and that left side rear view mirror is full of another race boat, so he's going to have to really, now we've got the traffic down there. Connor Harnack, boat was dead in the water. Przybilski had to go outside him, and that's going to cost him a little bit of ground, almost side by side up the backstretch.
Yeah, that cost Przybilski about 2 boat lengths. He's going to get one of those boat lengths back at the exit of the turn, but Pete Lacoste is holding tight. Now, he is in the position you want to be heading towards that Rooster Tail turn. He's within striking distance of that boat to the outside, and he's going to have the preferred entrance line to the corner. We'll see if Lacoste can make anything happen here as they head to the Rooster Tail turn. He's going to dive to the inside pins. Looks like there was a buoy that was dislodged, and they're going to be deck to deck coming off that corner. Przybilski's going to hold on to the lead barely as we start the final lap. Brad, this is going to be a good finish.
Yeah, this is going to be really good. Lacoste is not going to let him go. Przybilski knows he's right there. We'll see if he can see if he takes a different line through the lower corner. Last time he went outside Harnack, and it cost him. He doesn't want to do that again. We'll see how the line works, and it looks like he's going to get through clean this time. And he's going to hold Lacoste in tight, so he's going to maintain about 3 boat lengths as they start up the backstretch on the last time.
3 boat lengths is going to be the advantage. Make that 5 boat lengths now as Pete Lacoste did not get a good exit through turn number 1. Scott Przybilski's got the lead for now, but he's got to hold on to it through the Rooster Tail turn, and now Pete Lacoste is fading. He's going to just hold on for those 300 points. As up front, Scott Przybilski's going to survive the charge, head through the Rooster Tail turn. He's going to pick up 400 points, and as I say that, Pete Lacoste can give it one last gasp. Not going to have enough time to get there. Scott Przybilski takes the win in Heat 2A.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was very impressive to do it from lane number 2 with that much speed off to his left. I like how Lacoste handled that at the end. I think he realized that he wasn't going to be able to run him down when they came off the Belle Isle Bridge turn on lap number 3 the last time, and I think he just decided, let's let him go. Let's make sure I don't have a problem up here in the Rooster Tail turn and pick up the 300 points. Those are big.
So they come across the start-finish line now. Elijah Smith is the one that dislodged the buoy. He's going to go back to 4th. Connor Harnack, a DNF, as Jeff DeWalt, Pete Lacoste, Scott Przybilski, and Elijah Smith will be your finishers. Well, the referees take a look at that. We're going to try to see what happened with the U-17. So we're going to go back a little bit. There we go. So heading to turn number 1, let's see what happened to the U-17. I don't think there was contact here, because it doesn't look like there was any boats really around him other than Elijah Smith and then the U-94. So he comes through the corner. Sorry, about to hit into the corner. I think this is going to be another chance. Yep. Got up on the wake and then hit the buoy. Oh, that boat dug in after it hit the buoy.
Sure did.
That almost looked like he hit the weight there at the bottom of the river. And that just pinwheeled that boat around. Unfortunately, we thought all the calamity was going to be upriver at the Rooster Tail turn, but so far, Brad, a lot of our struggles have been with the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, that was a nasty one down there. We didn't see it the first time through. I'm glad you were able to go back and catch a good look at that. That was a nasty crash down there at the bottom end of the race course. Now, the good news is for Connor, nobody is scoring a ton of points, but he had those 400 in that first heat. He's going to be glad he had them because he got a goose egg second time out.
Yeah, he's gonna thank his lucky stars. He won that first heat, and now joining us is the winner of Heat 2A, Scott Przybilski. Scott, you did not have a good run to the score up, but you sure made up for it with a rocket start to get to start the heat. You end up picking up the win in Heat 2A.
Oh yeah, that was a great feeling after that first heat I had too. Both heats now I've screwed up my score up, so I got to figure that out. But yeah, I nailed the start, so happy with that.
If you've Scott Brad Luce here, first of all, how are you? I haven't talked to you for a long time. Little personal hello to you there. But at that heat, the one thing I've learned about boat racing, if it comes to the score up or the start finish line, get the good one on the start finish line, and you did. You nailed it. But then I was surprised with the speed. You ran really well from lane number 2.
Yeah, I was just trying and fly it as much as I could on the outside there and keep my speed up in the turns, and was able to hold off Pete. I think but there was a buoy out of place in turn 1. I think it helped a little bit.
Yeah, but you went down there one time too, and we called that you went outside the disabled Connor Harnack down there, and it cost you some ground. And I thought maybe Pete was going to be able to come up on you. He did, but then you were able to fend him off, and he was going to stay in that left side mirror all the way.
Oh yeah, he was there the whole way. He was scaring me there. But yeah, that boat on the I think it was like in lane 2, 3. It was hard to tell. I couldn't tell if I could get inside of him or not, so I just played it safe and went to the outside. But yeah, he gained on me a bit, but I was able to hold him off. So it was a pretty good race by Pete.
All right, well, Scott, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
So Heat 2B now ready to get underway, and the U19 J. Sadrowski House of Color, the first on our screen. The U19 did not qualify, however, got 300 points by finishing second in Heat 1A. He comes into this heat on those 300 points. Next up is Mikey Callaway, the U64, the Belltown Hydro. Mikey qualified in the 13th spot, finished 4th in Heat 1D. He comes into this heat on 199 points. Tyler Sams, the Miss Sams Cola, did not qualify, but did win Heat 1C. He comes in with 400 points. And DJ Miller, DC Presents Deft, did not qualify, however, finished second in Heat 1B. He's on 300 points. And Scott Witherall, the Doctor, the U77, qualified third. Unfortunately, did not start Heat 1B. He's on 160 points. And Brad, Scott here, unfortunately, holds a dubious record with us. He's the first driver to come to Detroit and get the dreaded trifecta of did not start, did not finish, disqualified in his 3 qualifying heats.
Ouch. That's about all you could say is ouch. Obviously, somebody's out here looking to redeem themselves, I would assume. And we've got boats in this heat that scored well in the previous heat. In the first go around, you got a couple of boats in here, I think, that are bringing 300 points off second place finishes. And then you've got Tyler Sampson here with his 400 points that he got the first time around. So these guys will be looking to add to those totals and keep the momentum rolling as we move forward.
On the other side, for Scott Witherall and Elijah Smith, this is a heat that you want to try to take advantage of. As you said there, Brad, we do have 3 boats in this heat that are comfortable with their points so far. They may decide to play more conservatively. If these 2 drivers want to get more aggressive with the games on the score up, which we're going to find out here in just over 30 seconds, they could find themselves on the podium and get some big points to get their Knights back on track.
Absolutely. They can do it right here. They know it. They're feeling a little bit of the pressure. They've got good boats out there with them, but they're going to have to push it a little bit harder. This will be interesting.
Yep, so we're now at 1:47 coming around for the score up. And in turn one, we have DJ Miller and Jay Sadrowski, but they are going to be slow on the uptake as we come through the rooster tail turn with 6 seconds to go. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and they all had to crawl up here to the start, and Tyler Sam's going to take advantage from lane number 3. He had a whole lot of boat speed out there, and he's going to come over at least to lane number 2.
Yeah, everybody had to pull back a little bit on the throttle there so as to not jump that score up. They appeared to be legal, but it definitely changed things because there was not a lot of boat speed there. So Tyler looks like he's going to come out in lane number 2 as they come off the bottom end of the course.
Jay Sadrowski's got the inside lane. To the outside is going to be Scott Witherall in lane number 3, DJ Miller in lane 4, Mikey Callaway in lane 5. So excuse me, I mentioned Elijah Smith earlier. I meant Mikey Callaway. I'm sorry about that. But Tyler Sams there in lane number 2. He's going to hold on to that lane. Jay Sadrowski in 1-3 will go to Scott Witherall and DJ Miller, Mikey Callaway. If they want to get this done, they're going to have to get it done from the outside. But Brad, that is a distinct possibility given some of the rocket starts we've seen out there so far.
Definitely a possibility, but it's a tall order with a lot of speed off to your left. It's going to have a lot to do with how they can time this start. The next 15, 16 seconds are going to be critical.
All right, let's get ready to turn them loose for Heat 2B. And on the outside with a whole lot of boat speed is Mikey Callaway. He's going to run out there for lane number 5. He's going to get up to about second as they exit with 6 seconds. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and Callaway jumped the start, so he's going to be a non-factor. The battle's to the inside, and it's 3 boats deck to deck to deck. It's Sams, Miller, and Sadrowski heading to the Belle Isle turn.
Boy, Miller sitting there in between boats. This is going to be a good Belle Isle Bridge turn. Keep an eye on him down there. Sadrowski right on the buoy roll. Oh, they're just tied together. You can put a blanket over them. That's close.
They come out of the corner. Somehow they all survive, and it's Jay Sadrowski that's got the lead for now, but there's big speed on lane number 3 with Tyler Sams. They're going to put DJ Miller in the tunnel, and now it's the U19 and the U35 battling for the lead as they head to the Rooster Tail turn. There are 3 boats under a blanket heading towards the Rooster Tail turn. Who's going to come out of the corner with the lead as they go in? Sams is going to get there first. They're going to put DJ Miller in the tunnel. He goes out to lane 54. Unfortunately, there was just not a lot of space in there for DJ Miller when 3 boats try to go side by side in the Rooster Tail turn. That is what you get. Luckily, Brad, he's able to continue, but he's going to drop all the way to the back of this grid.
Yeah, he was in a tough spot in there, and he had to push it. He got himself a good start. He got a good lane. He was just really tight going into that Rooster Tail. And we said it earlier, when 3 boats go in there, sometimes it doesn't go well. And Sadrowski can't hold the inside lane there, and he gets pushed through the Rooster Tail, and he'll go to the outside now.
Tyler Sams now has the lead, looking to go 2 for 2 as Sams held Sadrowski in tight, and he could not hold it to the buoy row in the Belle Isle turn. So with all of that, 3 boats turns into 1, and it's the U35 Miss Sams Cola that's been able to hold on from lane number 2. He'll head into the Rooster Tail turn with no one around him on a Saturday night cruise to 400 points as we start the final lap. It's the Miss Sams Cola leading the way. Second is the House of Color, and third is going to be the Belltown Hydro. Mikey Callaway went from 5th to 3rd. A great pickup for points so far for him.
That will definitely help him. So what was a tremendous boat race about a lap ago is now turned into a little bit of a parade, but still a lot to keep our eyes on because we've got a boat out front that would love to pick up a first place here. And Jay Sadrowski, he'll be happy too if he can come home with a second place finish on the day. But there's lots of boats still in the background here that are making moves on one another.
Meanwhile, we still have a race for the 4th spot as DJ Miller is there on the outside trying to get around Scott Witherall for 4th. He will get around with a great run on the outside, move DJ Miller up to the 4th spot. But up front, Tyler Sams leading the way. He had 2 quick boats to his inside. He manages to outlast them, and Tyler Sams is going to win Heat 2B and take his second win of the evening.
Wow. And it was dominant, and it was with a lot of competition. That was no cakewalk. That was very good racing. He really showed me something there. That young man can handle that race boat.
Yeah, 2 dominant wins, but they definitely have not been easy
No.
for Tyler Sams. He has been in a battle in both of his heats so far, but he's been able to come out the victor each time, and now he's got a good 800 points heading into the second half, which on a river like this, with a race this important, that has got to feel good heading into the second flight, knowing you've got a pretty good amount of pretty good amount of points in the bank.
Yeah, because you never know what's going to happen on this wonderful Detroit River. You could have the wind kick up, and all of a sudden your conditions just deteriorate, and the racing changes just considerably. And you'll love to look in the bank and see those 800 points plus qualifying. So I'm sure he's a happy guy right now. Still a long way to go. He'll be the first to tell you that, but he's got to be happy with those 800 points from 2 heat wins.
So we do have a penalty call from the officials. Jay Sadrowski, the U19 House of Color, is going to get dinged for looks like a lane violation on Jay. Lap number 1, turn number 2. That was the corner with him, and I believe that was him and DJ Miller when they were in the Rooster Tail turn. So unfortunately, Jay's going to get dinged there. So he'll drop down the order. But for Tyler Sams, 2 for 2 so far. And we will.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about Jay Sadrowski's start. He was on the inside. We were looking through the Rooster Tail. It was close. So when you started the talk there, I thought maybe you were going to say he had a gun jumping there. That tough break for him. That was awfully close side-by-side racing.
But he will move. He will only move down to the 4th spot as Scott Witherall, unfortunately for the second time tonight, has DNF'd. He's unfortunately halfway there to repeating the record we talked about earlier. Desperately needing some points for Scott Witherall because he's got the DNS. Now he's got the DNF. Let's hope he doesn't get the other one.
No, he doesn't need that. I tell you, that first time those guys went down through the Belle Isle turn at the lower end on lap number 1, that's as close as I've ever seen 3 boats in any form of racing, I think, go through a corner like that. And they came through it clean and never bumped each other. And you couldn't have put a piece of paper between those boats on either side. It was very close, but it just shows how good these guys are at handling their race boats.
Yeah, they've become pixel perfect over the last few years, getting these boats to get right on the knife edge. And more than one time we've seen them go on the other side of it, but this time they put on a terrific race, and Tyler Sams yet again picks up the win. We're going to sit tight, let the officials work through to make sure that this race is official, and we'll be right back with our winner of Heat 2B in a moment. We're with Tyler Sams, driver of the Miss Sam's Cola, the winner of Heat 2B. And Tyler, you're 2 for 2. You've got 800 points. It's been a great night, but neither of these wins have been what we would characterize as easy.
Now, both battling from lane 3. Two great drivers in each heat, really. Just trying to take what I can here. I'm getting pretty lucky, but just gonna take what I can.
Tyler, Brad Luce here, and just a quick question here. We've been talking, Daryl and I, during the racing about you guys, and it's all about garnering points to get yourself on the front row of the final, because that's how you're going to win this thing. The fact that you have 2 first-place finishes now in your first 2 heats, does that change maybe how you approach the next 2 heats? Just making sure you finish, get points. You got to get in that final first.
I wouldn't say necessarily. I think with 2 wins, I can play a little safe. But I think right now, when I need points most, I'm gonna fight for some more wins and try to be aggressive here. I got 2 more heats to go. Luckily, it's a 4 flight. I got to chase down Cy, so try to stay ahead here.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job. Good luck. Keep it going.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Tyler, and good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
All right, Heat 2C now coming out onto the water about halfway home in the second flight here in the Detroit River. Let's go ahead through our starting lineup. And we will start with currently the U9 Miss Coca-Cola of Mickey Washburn, qualified in the 6th spot. He was second in Heat 1D. He's on 400 points. On your screen is this beautiful golden and red Gold Cup edition of the Miss Dutch Bros Coffee. This is the boat run by Neil Dismang. He qualified in the 10th spot. Finished 3rd in Heat 1A. He's on 285 points. Harley Gray, the U29 Dream Warrior, also comes to the water. This boat presented by Lucas Oil. Qualified in the 9th spot. Finished 4th in Heat 1C. He's on 239 points. And next to him is the U50 of the Miss Tri-Cities of Tim Johnson, qualified 5th. He finished 3rd in Heat 1B on 345 points. And rounding out our field will be Nick Kish, the U90. The Easton Eagle qualified in the 14th spot, but had a great Heat 1D. Finished in the 3rd spot, and Nick made that awesome run around the outside. He had a chance at the lead, had to settle for 3rd, but to come out of the first flight with 3rd place points for a boat that many are not used to seeing on the podium in a heat, that's got to feel good and got to set up great for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it has to give him confidence. And as you know, talking to these guys, a lot of it is confidence. They feel better about what they can do. They better understand their boat and the conditions, etc. I, for one, am really curious to see what would happen here if Nick can nail that thing on an inside lane and get the jump with everybody. I gotta think the field would have their hands full trying to drive around it.
Yep, so the Eastern Eagle trying to get the win in the sponsors race, the hometown boat.
Yep.
Trying to make something happen for the virtual fans that are in the grandstands. And we hope, I think this comes up every time we've had this conversation so far during the Gold Cup here at the Detroit River. We are hoping against hope we will be here next year on the water. The wheels are in motion. Hopefully it can become a reality again.
Yeah, there's an awful lot going on. And let's just leave it at that. But there is a lot going on. There's a lot of conversations going on. I was a sales guy in my career before I retired, and so I'm probably the most optimistic guy you'll run into on the planet. I'm going to be confident that it's going to happen. But right now, it is our virtual Gold Cup. We're coming up on 10 seconds to the score up. Take them through the Rooster Tail turn, Daryl.
Through the Rooster Tail turn, Tim Johnson's going to be left without a lane as we're now 5 seconds to the score up. Make that 3, 2, 1, mark. Clean score up. Fight Flames begins, and Nick Kish, like he was shot out of a cannon from lane number 5. He's going to have a chance, Brad, to get into those inside lanes.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. He's going to have to hurry across. He's going to get a couple of them, I think. I think he's going to wind up in lane number 3, maybe 2. Is he going to go all the way? Oh, boy, he came a long way across, and it looks like he's going to wind up in lane number 2. Now he's going to go into lane number 1. Kish in good position.
He had the boat lanes to get over to lane number 1, and he's going to take him, and now he's got to get back on the pedal.
Yeah.
And he's going to end up losing these lanes. I think they're saying he's going to have to get the lanes back.
He's going to get them all back.
And unfortunately for Nick Kish, that move, it looked like it was going to work out. Not sure what happened there on the exit of turn 1, but it's going to be Mickey Washburn. It's going to be in lane number 2. Harley Gray will be in 1. The Dutch Bros in 3. Miss Tri-Cities in... Actually, Miss Tri-Cities caught everybody napping. And it's going to get 3 and put the Dutch Bros in 4. And Nick Kish will have to get it done once again from lane number 5.
Wow, tough break for Kish there after a great score up. Here he comes with boat speed on the far outside.
So we'll try this again with 10 seconds to go into the start. Let's turn them loose. Heat 2C. We're at 5 seconds. Make it 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And unfortunately, Nick Kish just compounds it by jumping the start. But on the inside, it's Tim Johnson from lane number 3 with a great start and another good start by Harley Gray. He's in lane number 1.
Yeah, Johnson from lane 3, he got the jump on the field, but he's got a lot of speed off to his left. Once again, this Belle Isle Bridge turn is going to dictate a lot of what we're going to see over the next couple of laps.
Heading through turn number 1, Mickey Washburn is looking for any way out of the tunnel as he's going to fall back and out of contention for the win here. But up front, it's Tim Johnson in lane number 2, Harley Gray in lane number 1. Tim Johnson's got about 5 boat lengths over Harley Gray as they head towards the Rooster Tail turn for the first of 3. Gray looking to pick up a few more points. Oh, he gets into the wash of Tim Johnson. He'll jump to the outside. And Tim Johnson will now have a commanding lead as he comes through the Rooster Tail turn, hits the start-finish line buoy, and will lead lap number 1. It's the Miss Tri-Cities leading the way with the Dream Warrior trying to chase him down.
Yeah, all of a sudden, with the activity there at the Rooster Tail turn, Tim Johnson's going to come out with over a Rooster Tail lead. There's a lot going on behind him. Good racing back for 3rd, 4th, and even 5th. Kish is trying to get in the middle of that, too. That may be where the racing is in this one. Keep an eye on it, Darrell.
We'll jump back to the battle for 3rd here between Mickey Washburn and Neil Dismang. Dismang on the outside. He's going to lose a couple of boat lengths. That's going to draw him closer into the clutches of Nick Kish as they exit the Belle Isle turn. Washburn's going to hold on to the 3rd spot for now, but there's some speed to his outside with Neil Dismang and the Dutch Bros. Meanwhile, the Dutch Bros has a right side mirror full of Eastern Eagle as they head down towards the Rooster Tail turn. They've stretched out a little bit now here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but meanwhile, up front, Tim Johnson hitting the Rooster Tail turn. He's going to get the white flag and one more time around for the U50 to pick up 400 points.
Yeah, Tim just needs to drive clean here. Make sure he stays off the buoy road. Don't want to fall in a hole and hit a buoy. He's just got to stay where he is. He'll finish. He'll know exactly where the field is. He's looking really, really good. But I think we still got racing going back for third, fourth, and fifth. That's not decided yet. And those points are important. Mickey Washburn running strong. But there's racing coming on all different spots as we go down into the lower end of the race course.
He's got Neil Dismang to his outside. Dismang had actually closed up to about 2 or 3 bolt lengths, but being on that outside, he's going to lose those 2 bolt lengths coming from the exit of the Belle Isle turn. Now they'll head towards the Rooster Tail turn, and Mickey Washburn, I think, here will be able to hold on to that 3rd spot, and Nick Kish is nowhere in the window to try to jump Neil Dismang, so they'll probably stay where they are. Meanwhile, up front, Tim Johnson is going to exit the Rooster Tail turn. He's going to pick up the win in Heat 2C, and we're going to jump back as Harley Gray's going to pick up 2nd. Mickey Washburn will win that battle for 3rd as he comes across the line of the U9, Miss Coca-Cola.
Did Neil get across in the Dutch Brothers?
Yes, he does.
There he is there. Tough break there for Mr. Kish, and I know I'm sounding very biased here because I know him so darn well, but he made a great maneuver after the score up to get the inside lane, and then all of a sudden the boat just dropped down. Going up the backstretch, he was unable to defend it and lost everything and had to move all the way to the outside, and then unfortunately stuck the nose across a little bit early.
Yeah, tough break for Nick Kish there, but those 3rd place points are going to help soften the blow just a little bit as we had 5 boats go out, 5 boats come back in, and we'll hear from our winner of Heat 2C in a moment. Tim Johnson, the winner of Heat 2C, is with us now. Tim, congratulations. You had a third in Heat 1B. You go 2 spots higher here in Heat 2C. A good run there. You've now picked up 800, or so you now picked up, let me get this number right. Go to the U50. 745 points. Good banker run here in these first 2 heats.
Yeah, didn't have a great run in the first flight of heats, but, happy to bounce back in this heat here and put myself in a good position to make the final.
And Tim, Brad Luce here, and the same question I just had on the previous heat was something you just said right there. Does the fact that you've had a couple of good solid runs and got some good points in the bank, are you counting points early? Are you looking at the rest of the field, counting numbers, and maybe that'll play into your strategy to be perhaps a little more conservative in these next 2 prelims?
I think once Heat 4 comes around, I might look at that. But for Heat 3, I'm just trying to get more points. They always say points, points, points. So you can never have too many of them.
It's funny you said that. I think I used that exact line about 2 heats ago. That was the old line in the pit area. Points, points, points. You got to have them. Well, congratulations. Good run. Look really, really solid.
Thank you very much.
Great job, Tim. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Heat 2D coming up next, and actually it's coming up right about now. 5 more boats heading out onto the water to wrap up this second flight. And that boat there at the middle of your picture, that white and blue boat on the middle of your picture, the U-17 Rockbot, is in this heat. The U-17, perfect on the night once again. And if Cy Bowen picks up this heat, we'll have to see, or at this point, the perfect night. What would be his second perfect night on the year would definitely be in play at this point. Is that U-17? You put it to the outside, put it to the inside. This boat's still fast.
Has he been top qualifier everywhere as well?
Yes, he has. 4 qualifying sessions so far. 4 number 1 qualifiers for the U-17.
Somebody's going to have to take him down. Maybe it happens here. All right. You set the stage quite well. Just inside 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the start. And there is the boat we are talking about, the U-17 Rockbot Cy Bowen. Young man can handle that race boat. And so far, he's had the secret potion on everybody. But I loved your comment, Daryl. You said the target on his back with each heat win, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. One of these days they'll get him.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it happens here in Heat 2D. Let's talk about the 4 boats they're going to have to try and take down the dominant power in Division 1 so far this season. We'll start with Mekhi Burgess, the U-38 Trolley Sour Bite Crawlers. We'll call it the U-38 Trolley for the rest of this evening. Mekhi Burgess qualified 4th. He finished in 4th in Heat 1B. He is now on 309 points. Brian Ollinger, the U-21 Miss Presley May. Ollinger is not a Division 1 driver this year, but in the Gold Cup, we open it up to all drivers that have either won a virtual or a real Gold Cup. If any of the H1 drivers want to come and join us. Ollinger qualified 2nd. Unfortunately, got a negative 90 in Heat 1C, and I'll explain that. Ollinger made a challenge of a lane violation in Heat 1C. That challenge failed. And in the rule book, if you fail the challenge, you lose half of your points. Since Brian did not score in the heat, he loses half of his qualifying points. So currently he is sitting on 90 points, and he desperately needs to score some points here before we head into the second half. Callum Washburn. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
No, I was just going to say that's a tough break.
Yeah.
That's a tough break.
Cal Washburn in the U-44 qualified in the 8th spot, won Heat 1B. He's on 480 points. And Scott Garner will round out the field. The U-60 A&W Root Beer qualified 11th, finished 2nd in Heat 1C. He's on 350 points. So we're 15 seconds to the score up. The U-17 is in lane number 1, but there are a lot of fast boats around him as we are 8 seconds until the score up. They come around the corner at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. It's a good score up in the U-17 in lane number 1. He's going to have a challenger to his outside, and Callum Washburn, the U-44, they're heading towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, but it looks as though he's going to be able to hold on to it. He being Cy Bowen, he was able to bring the boat back up to speed. And now, as we like to say, it's just about defending your position. And right now, Cy Bowen is doing a good job of that at the lower end of the race course. One of the ways they're going to have to beat this guy, somebody's going to have to find a way, I think, to get inside of him, just from what I've seen so far. But the kid's got a knack for it. To beat him now, you're going to have to drive around him. That may be a tall order, or maybe he makes a mistake. We'll find out. We are 47 seconds from our start.
Yeah, someone's got to try to put this boat out there in lanes 3, 4, or 5. Right now, he's going to be in lane number 1 with the U-44 to his outside in lane number 2. Scott Garner will be in lane number 3, and Ollinger and Mackay Burgess will be in lanes 4 and 5. So that is your lineup here with 30 seconds until the start of Heat 2D. Everyone getting in position for the start, as the 44 and the 60 are going to get away. The U-17 a little bit late here. So we're at 17 seconds, and Cy Bowen's going to be late to this start, I think. So we're 10 seconds from the start. Make that 7 seconds. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And Callum Washburn had to crawl over the starting line. I think everybody else was early. Cy Bowen and Brian Ollinger, though, they hit it on time, and they are 1 and 2 heading towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, Ollinger's got a lot of speed on the outside, and I think he's got a little bit of a lead, but he's going to give it back here when they get to the entrance pin just because of lane position. But Ollinger's showing a lot of speed running from lane number 2, hanging right with Cy Bowen, about a boat length between the two as they come off the exit pin.
Cy Bowen's going to grab the lead off of the Belle Isle turn as they head down the back straightaway. In a sentence we've said a lot this year, Bowen leads here in Heat 2D. To his outside, though, is Brian Ollinger. He's hanging tough. It's about 1 boat length between the two as they come down towards the Rooster Tail turn. Ollinger's going to be on the outside as we ride along with him. He's going to lose a couple of boat lengths, get into the wake of the U-17. He manages to hold on to it, and they're still going to be side by side as we start lap number 2.
That was great footage there as you rode along with Brian Ollinger around the treacherous Rooster Tail turn. And I'll tell you what, Daryl, he's driving on the outside, but he is hanging right with Bowen. And I think he actually is going to get to the entrance pin first, but he's going to be sitting in lane number 2, and that's going to cost it. They are tied together as they get to the lower end of the race course. We got a great race going.
This is probably Bowen's toughest challenge so far of the season as Brian Ollinger is hanging tough. He drifts out a couple lanes exiting the Belle Isle turn, but that helps him to pick up the speed down the back straightaway as Bowen has the lead, but Ollinger is charging on the outside as he head towards the Rooster Tail turn. Ollinger was able to hold with him this on lap number 1. How does he go through lap number 2? We'll ride along through the corner. He gives a little more space to the U-17. He's only going to lose a boat length. He'll arc it out wide to the outside, pick up that speed. Brad, this is going to be a dandy of a finish. We're on the last lap.
Yeah, we just started the last lap. Presley May on the outside. Ollinger giving it everything he's got. Look at the boat. You can look right underneath it. He's flying it as high as he can. He wants to take down Cy Bowen. It's a tall order, but he's got himself in position to do it. He's about a boat length, maybe 2 behind as they get to the entrance pin of the Belle Isle turn.
He lost a couple of more boat lengths that time through turn number 1. He exit the Belle Isle turn and head down the back straightaway, and he lost 2 more boat lengths on the exit of that turn. It was almost a full straightaway, but here comes Ollinger. He's flying that boat down the back straightaway, heading towards the Rooster Tail turn. It's only going to be 2 or 3 boat lengths between them as they head towards the last turn, last lap. Does Ollinger have anything else left for Bowen as they head to the Rooster Tail turn? And Cy Bowen is going to sneak out of here with the Heat 2D win, his second Heat win of the night, but he had to work for it. Bowen wins here in this to close out the second flight.
I'll tell you what, Brian Ollinger has got to return to the pit area here and feel pretty darn good about his boat, his run, his setup, and everything. I think he has to walk away from this heat going, if I can get inside of him, I think I can get him. Because he stayed right with Cybo, and Cy did not walk away from him at all in that heat. The difference was simply lane position.
Yes, if Cy Bowen was in lane number 2, I think that was a much different. We'd be having a much different conversation here, and I think that's the one boat you have to circle on your sheet as the one to watch to possibly take down that U17. But Cy Bowen takes the win as we wrap up our 3-lap heats from here, 5 laps to the end, and we'll talk to Cy Bowen here in a moment.
Is Brian Ollinger, is he?
So Cy Bowen wins Heat 2D, but it definitely was not easy as Brian Ollinger pretty much matched him step to step. Cy is now joining us now. Cy, you pick up the Heat win, but that one definitely a challenge.
Oh, absolutely. He definitely put up a good fight. I got told that we were deck to deck basically that entire heat race, so it was a ton of fun. I'm glad that Brian was able to stay right with us basically that entire heat. At least it made it fun for you guys to watch. It was not fun in the driver's seat.
Well, Cy Brad Luce here, I can tell you, yeah, it was an awful lot of fun to watch. And while we were waiting for you to get up here and join us, we were talking about it. But we also made the comment that it might have been a little different if Mr. Ollinger would have been on the inside and you on the outside. He's got a lot of speed in that race boat.
Oh, absolutely. The one good thing that he was able to keep me from doing is sliding out too much. I know that we give some penalties for that. So I was trying to keep as tight as possible to the buoy row, especially out of the rooster tail corner. So I think if rules are flipped, he may walk away from me. So we're going to have to definitely make sure we're on the inside of him.
Well, it sure makes it fun from our standpoint. I will turn it back to Daryl, but congratulations. That was a great show.
Thank you.
All right, Cy, congratulations and good luck the rest of the night.
Thank you, guys.
So we are at the midway point, the 3rd flight of heats. Coming up next, sit tight. Heat 3A is underway. This is going to be our first 5-lap heat. And Brad, our two principal combatants from the last heat, they did so well. We're going to see it again right now. Brian Ollinger, Cy Bowen, they were 1 and 2 last heat. And I think the mission for Brian is clear. Get to the inside of this U17.
And be on time. That might make for a very interesting race as we look at Brian Ollinger there and the Presley May coming off the exit pin of the Belle Isle Bridge turn. I'm kind of keeping an eye on Cy Bowen here and watching his start procedure. I don't know. You're the expert at this on how much these guys mix up their start procedure. Now here we go. We got a boat to the. Is that Brian? That's
Sam.
To the
That's
left?
Tyler to his inside.
Okay, so we've got a boat to the inside of it. But these guys have to. They're like the real drivers. They've got to mix. And there he goes again. That's the same thing Cy did last time. We'll see if he just goes over there and parks, because he's going to have to mix up his start procedure a little bit. The guys will catch on to him. We'll keep an eye on it, man. There you go. Tyler Sam's got to the inside of it.
And what we saw there in that turn is the U35 is basically shadowing the U17. Yep. They're pushing him out to that lane number 2. And Sam's going to get there and get lane number 1 for now. So now Cy Bowen, they're starting to wake up and starting to challenge him now. And as we said, that bullseye, it gets bigger every time you win there in Division 1. And now they're really starting to take it to him and try to get him off his game. But we know that boat can also win from anywhere. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Quickly, the other boats that are in this heat, before we get too far down the road, is the Jeff DeWalt in the Mopar. We saw him a minute ago. And the other boat is Connor Harnack in the J&H Marine. And here he is, sitting at the exit of turn number 1. But now we focus back here with the U35 and the U17. They've got Bowen in lane number 2. Ollinger looks like he's going to try to get a run from the outside, as we're now getting about 30 seconds from the score up. And I noticed something there. The U17 got into the throttle, and Brad, the U35, the minute he did that, Tyler Sams matched him with the pedal, and now the U17 is just drifting back.
Now here he goes. He'll pick it back up. Coming up on 15 seconds to the score up.
Oh, that was a good run by Cy around the outside.
Sure was. He hasn't got enough to move over. This will be interesting to watch. Is he going to try and get to that inside lane on Tyler Sam? Bring him down.
So here we are at the score up, and Cy Bowen gets over in time, and he's going to have enough speed to get over to lane number 1. Meanwhile, Brian Ollinger did not get a great launch. He's all the way back in lane number 4. You see Tyler Sams hop across the wake of the U17 as they head into the Belle Isle turn. Brad Cy, he saw that move coming with the U35. He timed it perfectly, got the leapfrog. Now he's in lane 1 again.
Yeah, that showed me a lot right there. That showed me that Cy has got more than just one trick up his sleeve. He's been using a similar start procedure, but the guys had kind of caught on to it. Certainly Tyler Sams had, but that's okay. He had another card stuffed up his sleeve. Cy Bowen. So well done, young man. We'll see how it plays out during the heat. 42 seconds to the start.
So Bowen's going to get lane number 1, and Jeff DeWalt and all of this is going to get lane 2. So a great scoring procedure for Jeff DeWalt. Cy Bowen's going to be in lane number 3. Cy Bowen, in lane number 1. It's Tyler Sams in lane number 3. And Brian Ollinger and Connor Harnack will be in lanes 4 and 5. So now we are ready for the start. 16 seconds until the start here in Heat 3A. Bowen's going to get around the inside. He's got plenty of room there. There are 8 seconds until the start. We hit the exit pin at 6 seconds. Make it 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a great score up and a great start by Cy Bowen there in the U17. He's all the way up to a half a rooster tail advantage over the U21 as we go around for the first of 5.
Yeah, he had a ton of lane space to play with as they came down to the start. He took full advantage of it. Everybody else was to the outside and on his hip. He brought a lot of boat speed to the line, sitting in lane number 1. And now we're getting a good look at the result. Unfortunately, so is the rest of the field. They're looking at the transom of Cy Bowen's boat, almost a full rooster tail in the rearview mirror.
And that is a view they have had for much of this season as Cy Bowen leads. We'll stay with this battle for second now between Brian Ollinger and the Miss Presley May and the Miss Sam's Cola of Tyler Sams. They head towards the rooster tail turn with Sams on the inside of lane number 2. They'll throw it into the corner. Sam's going to pull deck to deck, but Ollinger, he has to catch it a second time. That's going to cost him a little bit of speed on the exit of the rooster tail turn, give Brian Ollinger second for now. But it's only by a couple of boat lengths, Brad, as they head towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, that's the race right now, is the race for second as you ride along with Tyler Sams there. And he's starting to get almost like driving in a hallway, but he doesn't quite have the rooster tail left off to his left. I say that, and then you look at that right there. He is driving down the hallway as they go through the Belle Isle Bridge turn. That is a tough line, and he is losing power.
Oh, Sam's got wet. He got washed down. Now he's going to have to try to get this boat restarted, but that is going to be the end of Tyler Sams challenging for this heat. Connor Harnack's going to go around, so he's going to drop back to 4th. There goes the U-31 of Jeff DeWalt, so Sams going to get that boat back up on plane, but unfortunately he's going to drop all the way to the back of the field. Meanwhile, up front, Cy Bowen comes to the rooster tail turn. He's going to cross the start-finish line to start lap number 3, and he is in a healthy position to pick up 400 more points, Brad, as we start the extra laps here in the Gold Cup third flight of heats.
It sounded like when you said that he's out front and in good position to pick up blah, blah, blah. Sounds like you've said that before. That guy has got that boat up and running. He really showed me something in this heat with his maneuver at the start. He's more than certainly a one-trick pony. Oh, the boat's fast and he can handle it, but when the situation required another move at the start, he had one, and this is the result. The boat's just running beautifully.
Yeah, and do not mind that jumping there. That was just a slight internet buffering there, I think, for Cy Bowen, but he is all good. He is in control as he comes through the rooster tail turn. Behind him, Brian Ollinger was able to get to second, but once again, or this time though, not as great of a start as he had in the previous heat as we start lap number 4. At this point, you just got to settle in for 300 points. And with how Brian has run, just take some notes for the final, because you're going to see this boat, that U-17 again, and you're going to have at that point a good playbook of how to beat him. It's just going to be executing that's going to be probably the problem here right now, because the U-17, he's getting wise to the tricks as well.
Yeah, I think for Brian Ollinger here, that's exactly right. We got the 5-lap heat instead of the 3-lap heat. Let him go. He's got the heat. Don't do anything silly. Pick up 300 points. As you said, and so accurately put, these guys are going to meet again. And let him take this one. Let Cy Bowen, he got it. He earned it. Let him have it. Drive clean. Pick up your 300 points. And then really sit down and watch him in the 4th heat if you're not in it with him, or even if you are. See what he's doing, because I think it's pretty clear you're going to have to get inside Cy Bowen to beat him, and he knows that. And he didn't get there this time. That's okay. He's going to get 300 points. He gets another shot when the big trophy's on the line.
He almost threw those 300 points away, though, as we were riding along with them through the rooster tail turn. That Miss Presley May got up on the wakes there on the inside, and that left sponson got pretty high in the air. He was able to bring it back down, though, and negotiate the corner. He's now going to settle in for those 300 points. But Cy Bowen, this U-17 rock bot, Cy was worried coming into Division 1 whether or not he was going to be able to handle the pressure in the mill, because the two divisions, it's completely different milling philosophy. Well, I think Cy's managed through these first half of the season so far. He's been able to handle it as he comes off the rooster tail turn, gives the fans a show, and he's going to take the win in Heat 3A.
Oh, I like that. Little buzz of the official tower there. Great run. That man, yeah. Well, he can handle it. How about that? I think we've buried any of those questions, but there's a lot of really, really good drivers here in this D1 stuff and at this Gold Cup. And I always say if you got a real good trick and you got a real good move to get that inside lane for whatever you do, don't show it until the final. So I got to think there's some guys that are really thinking they've looked at this transom of Cy Bowen's boat for long enough. And they're going to figure out a way to get inside of him. I would just like to see the heat with him, with somebody else with some speed on the left side of Cy Bowen, and it might make for a very good final, but still lots of racing to go at the SNHL Gold Cup. It's a good one.
Yep, the final heat, the Heat 3A is clear, and we will be talking to Cy Bowen now, the winner of Heat 3A, which is almost becoming appointment viewing at this point, as Cy picks up another Heat win. Cy, this is becoming a regular on Saturday nights here. You pick up another Heat win. That one was just another great battle between you. This time, between you and Tyler Sams, but you come out victorious.
Yeah, no, he was right there for, I think that whole first half a lap. After that, once we got the lead, it was a little bit easier to arc it out a little bit more and keep up the RPMs. I kind of learned from my mistakes last time of kind of keeping it a little bit safer. This time I kind of pushed the limit of pushing out wise. I only pushed out to like lane 2 and able to just kind of walk away. We got comfortable and kind of just went on cruise mode after that first lap.
Cy, Brad Luce here with a quick question. You're talking about the racing after the heat got started. I want to go back to before the heat began. In the milling period there, it seemed like the guys made you work a little harder to get that inside lane, and you had to come up with some other tricks. They were catching on to you and working hard to get inside of you.
For sure. I think they have been watching me all season. I've been trying to go out there and just get in my spot and hope that everything works out. And Tyler was up there playing some games with me. Luckily, we were just trying to force him to make his own mistakes and able to have overlap going into turn 1 after the 1:30-minute pin. Able to get overlap and take lane 1. It kind of just worked out.
Well, it showed me something because I said, yeah, he's been doing kind of a similar move here and getting lane 1. This time the guys decided they were going to mess it up a little bit, but you had another trick up your sleeve to get inside. Congratulations, young man. That was a nice run.
Thank you very much.
Yep, Cy going for another perfect evening on the day after 3 heat race wins. Congratulations, Cy. Good luck the rest of the night. So we'll sit tight. Heat 3B coming up next. Heat 3B ready to get underway here. As there are 5 more boats heading out onto the water. The wind has really stayed stable here tonight. It's picked up a little bit now to 2.5 miles per hour. Still in that low wind range that has allowed the racing to be a bit more speed-based and less survival here than what we're used to here on the Detroit River. Here are your 5 starters in this heat. We will start with the boats on our screen, which are the U-94 Smirnov. That is Elijah Smith, qualified 17th, 5th and a 4th so far. He's on 326 points. Next to him is the U-92 Dutch Bros Coffee of Neil Dismay, qualified 10th, a 3rd and a 4th for his 2 qualifying heats. He's on 454 points. Next up is Pete Lacoste in the U37 Pure Pressure. Qualified in position number 16, then went 4th and 2nd in his 2 qualifying heats so far. He's on 499 points. Tim Johnson, the U50, he won Heat 2C after going 3rd in his first heat of the night and qualifying in the 5th spot. He's on he is on 745 points, excuse me. And Mekhi Burgess, the U38 trolley. This U38 of Mekhi has not been the best night for him. He qualified in 4th and then finished 4th in Heat 1B. He bounced back to a 3rd in Heat 2D, sitting on 534 points. So those are your starters in Heat 3B. Tim Johnson has a heat win, looking for heat win number 2, and a good learning experience as he's getting ready for a potential run at the front line of the final as the U50 currently sitting on 745 points.
Yeah, we see him going very slowly there up the backstretch working on his start procedure, and you're exactly right. You were saying the boats and the numbers, and I was trying to write down the points earned so far. Tim Johnson in this Tri-Cities in a very good spot right now. He doesn't want to do anything to jeopardize that. He'd love to pick up 400 more, but right now he just wants a good, solid finish. Make sure he's on the front row of that final heat. As we say about this, and you know it as well as anybody, Daryl, before you can win this thing, you got to be in it. You got to be in it to win it. And that means being on the front row.
He's going to move over to lane number 2 now. Is Tim Johnson as the pure pressure jumped in front of him into lane number 1. Elijah Smith gets around him in lane number 3. And now the trolley and the Dutch Bros is going to join in this start. We're now 5 seconds till the score up. But Pete Lacoste up front in 2 seconds. 1 second. Mark, good score up. Pete Lacoste got there, but there's a lot of boat speed there on the outside with the Dutch Bros as U92 in lane number 5 is going to try to get over to lane number 3. Meanwhile, the U50 is nowhere to be seen.
No, he is not. And we're watching Dutch Brothers move from an outside lane to an inside lane. How far can he come over? I think maybe, did he get all the way to lane 3? We'll find out when they come off the lower end of the race course. But a good score up, a clean score up, but a very, very competitive one as well, as they will run up the backstretch and settle into their lanes.
So Pete Lacoste is going to be in lane number 1, Mekhi Burgess in lane number 2. Neil Dismang is going to close it up to get to lane number 3. Meanwhile, Elijah Smith and Tim Johnson will be in lanes 4 and 5. Not sure what happened there with Tim Johnson. I think he just fell into the back of the field. I think he was a little late on the loud pedal, and unfortunately, with how close these boats are, you've got to be on timing or you are going to be in trouble. As now, actually, Tim Johnson, I think, is going to be able to get lane number 4 away from Elijah Smith. And now as they're 17 seconds away from the start, Elijah's going to try to get a big run on this on the outside. As here 10 seconds from the start. Let's turn them loose in Heat 3B. They'll hit the exit pin at 6 seconds. Make that 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Elijah Smith was a jump the start, and it's Mekhi Burgess in lane number 2 in the U38 trolley. Got a great launch, but he's got the U50 to his outside, to his inside. Brad is the peer pressure, the U37.
Yeah, he's got both mirrors full of race boats here, but he's in a really good position right now. The boat out in front of him has jumped the gun, so Mekhi is going to come off the corner in the lead, the second place boat on the water, and he's actually opened up water on the second and third place boats behind him. A good run here for Mekhi Burgess.
And the reason he was able to open up that space there is because the U94 had the overlap, came all the way from lane number 5 to lane number 2. That got the U50 and the U37 crossed up, so they fell back. And in all that, Mekhi Burgess has over a rooster tail lead as we come around to end lap number 1. We're starting lap number 2. Somebody, I think, just had a spill back there. We'll check on that as we start lap number 2. Mekhi Burgess leads the way, but Tim Johnson is in second, but he's out there in lane number 4 trying to chase him down.
Mekhi Burgess, your leader, that boat with him just off to his right has jumped the start and will be a lap down to everybody. But Mackay Burgess, the boat is just running beautifully. He's just got to keep it clean, find clean water. Don't make a mistake right now, and he can put himself in a great position to pick up 400 points in our heat win right now.
Yep, so Mackay heading down the back straightaway. Elijah Smith, he is in second, but he is going to drop to the back of the field by virtue of that jump start. Tim Johnson is in third, and Pete Lacoste, and I thought I saw that boat go over. It did not. So him and the Dutch Bros are fourth and fifth, so everyone is still on the water as we begin lap number 3 of 5, and Mackay Burgess starting to drop off the speed just a little bit. Brad, he's gonna try not to make any mistakes here, just try to bring it around 2 more times for 400 points that this boat sorely needs if it wants a chance at the final.
Yeah, that would be really big for Mackay Burgess. That U-38 trolley is running well right now. He's got everything going his way. He doesn't have any traffic in front of him. He's just looking for clean water. You'll keep an eye on anybody behind him, but right now he's got a big, big lead. Just drive it clean, keep it on the water, and you're in line for 400 points. He's up the backstretch on lap number 3.
Heading down towards the Rooster Tail turn is the U-38 of Mackay Burgess. No one around him. And as you can see, he's got the canard up on that boat, so he's keeping those sponsons on the water, not trying to get too much air under it. As we start lap number 4, it's going to be conservative with this boat the next couple of laps, because remember, that boat behind him, that U-94, even if it catches him, has a penalty coming. And meanwhile, on the outside, Brad, you can just see it there on the right side of your picture. The U-50, the Miss Tri-Cities of Tim Johnson, he's trying to get there, but I think he's going to run out of laps.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go because of the other boat between he and the leader, Mackay Burgess. So I think discretion's going to be the better part of valor here. And I think that Tim Johnson will just sit back there and pick up a second place finish. That would be good for him. He's had a good day so far. Just keep it running, keep it on the water, keep it clean.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the back, Pete Lacoste, the peer pressure, not going to be a good finish for him or the Dutch brothers of Neil Dismang. They're going to have to fight for it in the final heat, or final qualifying heat, to try to get the trailer position in the front or in the final. But meanwhile, up front, Mackay Burgess on the final lap, just going to ease that boat around the Rooster Tail turn and head down towards the Belle Isle turn. He's still got Tim Johnson back there, but I think those 2 boats, I think they're going to settle for the spots they have right now. Meanwhile, Elijah Smith hoping someone gets into trouble so he can pick up some more points.
Absolutely. But meanwhile, it is all the U-38 trolley looking beautiful. And it was interesting. You talked about having the wing turned in such a way that he's keeping the front end down so he doesn't blow the thing over. He can do that on the Detroit River today in these racing conditions because the water is so calm. If the water's rough and you try and keep the front end down, then the boat's going to be pounding on the waves and it'll react, and you can have the negative effect that you wanted. But he can hold that wing down, keep the nose down on the nice, smooth water conditions he's got right now. Bring him home for 400 points, Mackay Burgess.
Through the Rooster Tail turn, Mackay Burgess, U-38 trolley, takes the win in Heat 3B. He'll pick up 400 points. It's coming across start-finish line. As the boats come across now, that is the end of Heat 3B, and Elijah Smith confirmed as a jump start there on your screen. So that'll move everybody up 1. Tim Johnson to 2nd, Pete Lacoste to 3rd, Elijah Smith 4th, and Neil Dismang, once he crosses the start-finish line, he just did now, will come across for 4th. So Elijah Smith in the 5th spot. So we will hear from a happy Mackay Burgess, picking up 400 points in just a moment as we get ready for Heat 3C. Heat 3B winner is Mackay Burgess in the U38 trolley. And Mackay, we usually hear that it's not about how you start the night, it's about how you finish. You started with the 4th place, but you've been getting faster as the night goes on. And now Heat 3B, you pick up the big win that's got you on the front line of the final if things were to end now.
Yeah, it feels good to finally get that win because I've been kind of struggling tonight, and this is my first race being back after unfortunately missing last one, but just trudging on through the night and hoping to get that next win.
Yeah, Mackay, this is Brad Luce, and I kind of want to build on what you just said. You had the 4th place, you had the 3rd, you mentioned you missed the race, and and now you come back and you get the heat win, and right now you're in a really good position. What does this do for your confidence moving forward?
It definitely boosted a lot because after that 4th, I kind of was like, should I just take it a little slow, just try and get back into swing, but after that, I just kind of want to chase it.
Good for you. Good for you. It was a good win. It was a solid win. And, this Gold Cup race, since the day it was conceived back in 1904, it was always an endurance race, and it was always longer than the others. So don't give up. You still got a long way to go. And right now you're looking good. Take that confidence and build on it, young man. Good for you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mackay. Good luck in the 4th flight.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Heat 3C.
All right.
Heat 3C, ready to roll. We've been rolling right along here in these last couple of flights. As now the boats head out onto the water. 5 more boats take on this treacherous Detroit River race course. And we'll go through the 5 boats that'll take to the course here in this heat. We'll start with the boat on your screen, and that is the U19 House of Color. As Jay Sadrowski did not qualify, but has a 2nd and a 3rd to be on 525 points. Next is Scott Garner, the U60 A&W Root Beer, qualified in the 11th spot. He's got a 2nd and a 4th to be on 519 points. Scott Prispilski in the U8 Mr. Pringles. Scott won Heat 2A after finishing 5th in Heat 1D. He qualified 7th. He's on 617 points. And DJ Miller, DC presents Deft, also a DNQ. He has 2 2nd place finishes to be on 600 points. And Nick Kish, the Easton Eagle, the U90, had a jump start there in Heat 2D. He's on 127 points after finishing 3rd in Heat 1D. Qualified in the 14th spot. He's currently on 382 points. So there is your field, Brad. We've got some boats here that really need to pick up some points. As Scott Garner goes through the Belle Isle turn. He's currently sitting on 519 points himself. So this is a heat where there's a lot of boats that could really use a good points showing here in this heat.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity here because we don't have the big winners in here with all the points. So if you're in desperate need of a heat win and 400 points, this might be your best opportunity to get it. And it looks like we got a handful of boats here in that position. As we know from Mr. Kish, we've seen him. He likes to wind that thing up on the outside. He's been really close, and he's had a great start. He also got across the line early on one. See if Nick can wire one here and put himself out front for a bit. But we're coming up on 2:30 and just inside now, 2:30 to the start. Remember, we've got the 1 minute, 30-second score up buoy at the start finish line. You must be behind that buoy when the clock strikes 1:30.
And Nick Kish going through the Rooster Tail turn. Looks like he's on a reconnaissance run, just a timing run of his own. He's going to hit the start finish line with 2 minutes and 5 seconds. He'll immediately come through GP turn number 1 to join the rest of the field, as we are now under that 30-second mark to the score up. And the drivers are getting more used to it now, coming through this Rooster Tail turn, hitting it with speed. And I think Nick Kish is going to try to hit this with a lot of boat speed. Is in front of him. We've got DJ Miller and Jay Sadrowski that are already coming through the Rooster Tail turn with 8 seconds to go until the score up. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. And again, Nick Kish is going to be early, but it's a great boat speed from lane number 3 with Scott Przybilski. He's going to have the advantage as him and DJ Miller are going to get around the U19.
Yeah, great start at the score-up buoy there by Przybilski. He's out there in the lane number 3. He'd love to get enough lead on the boats off to his left to be able to move left and get to a further inside lane, but it's not going to happen. So Przybilski had a good start at the score-up buoy, but it's going to put him out in lane number 3, coming up on 55 seconds. Nick Kish on the outside. He was flying. Unfortunately, it appeared as though he jumped it. But still, good racing to go here. 45 seconds until the start. Bring him up.
So the U19, Jay Sadrowski will be in lane number 1. DJ in DC Presents Deft will be in lane number 2. Scott Przybilski and Mr. Pringles in 3. Scott Garner, A&W Root Beer in 4. And Nick Kish, Easton Eagle, will be in lane number 5 by virtue of jumping that start. But that is the lane the U90 wants. So he had the luxury of playing a little bit loose with the start there. But now he's coming with a lot of boat speed. He's going to try to get the jump on these guys from lane number 5. As there he is at the top of your picture with a lot of boat speed. He's going to come around with 9 seconds to go from the start. He's going to have some speed to his inside to contend with. Sort of 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. It looks like everybody was early on that start. It's going to be Jay Sadrowski and DJ Miller on the inside. They're deck to deck heading towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, good looking run down to the corner here. Sadrowski on the inside, but it's DJ Miller in lane number 2 with the lead. Now that inside lane, he's got to pay some dividends to Mr. Sadrowski. We'll see if he can make up some ground. Then he is a little bit. The 2 boats are out in front of everybody. They're going to come off clean, but it's going to be DJ Miller with about a 3-boat length lead as they come off the pin at the bottom end of the race course and start down that long backstretch toward the yacht club.
Yeah, it almost looked like Jay Sadrowski lost a boat length there off the exit of the Belle Isle turn. Now they'll head back towards the Detroit Yacht Club and the Rooster Tail turn as Sadrowski loses another boat length to DJ Miller. DJ, the winningest driver in Division 1 in terms of Gold Cups, hunting for Gold Cup number 5 as we start lap number 2. DJ has the lead. Jay Sadrowski wants to get it back, but he lost another boat length there on the exit of the Rooster Tail turn. DJ Miller quickly taking control of Heat 3C.
Yeah, he did a really nice job up there at the top end. I thought he stayed in his lane. He did his best to hold Sadrowski tight to the buoy row. And when you do that, you're either going to make the guy on your left go through the Rooster Tail, or he's going to have to scruff off some speed. So some great driving here by DJ Miller. And as you said, he's no stranger to this Gold Cup competition. He knows what it takes to win one of these.
Yep, so DJ heading down the back straightaway. Jay Sadrowski is in second. We'll go back through the field now. Scott Gardner and the A&W Root Beer got a great start. He's in the 3rd spot, chasing down that U19. Behind him is Nick Kish. Nick in the 4th spot. Now as that U90 got real light on the front end, he managed to bring that down and hold on to it. And Scott Przybilski, the Mr. Pringles, there on the far outside. He's going to be in the 5th spot. As up front, DJ Miller comes to the Rooster Tail turn, hits start-finish line buoy, and we're on lap number 3 of 5. And now is the time to start consolidating if you're up front. But Scott Przybilski there in the Mr. Pringles, he started at the back of the screen. He had those sponsons up, trying to catch Nick Kish for 4th.
Yeah, and clearly Kish, as you said, he was flying the boat up the backstretch. The boat got way up in the air. Somehow Nick was able to bring it back down. Brzbilski's got his sights on catching the young man out of Rochester Hills. I don't know if he's going to be able to grab him. Kish wants to hang on to that position, but good racing here in our heat here in the third section. Brzbilski driving that beautiful looking Mr. Pringles.
Yep, Brzbilski trying to get up to position number 4. Meanwhile, DJ Miller trying to hold on to position number 1 as he exits the Rooster Tail turn to hit the start-finish line and start lap number 4. We start the extra laps here in the in Heat 3C. DJ Miller's now stretched it out to over Rooster Tail between him and the U19 of Jay Sadrowski, and Sadrowski's got it stretched out to about a Rooster Tail between him and the U60. So a little bit of a boat parade happening here as the driver's trying to hold on to these spots as we head into the next 2 laps. But back behind them, Brad, we've got a battle for 4th brewing as Scott Brzbilski's jumped to the inside.
Yeah, Nick Kish is going to have to keep an eye on that left side rear view mirror because here comes Brzbilski. He's right there. He's gotten to within about maybe 2/3 of his Rooster Tail, but he's got the lane position now on the inside. And now we'll see if Nick doesn't fly it like he did the last time down the backstretch, because he picked the nose way up, and at some point you just hang on. But here comes Brzbilski. Talk about flying above. Look at him. He's got that skid fin hanging out of the water. He's going to pull right up alongside Mr. Kish.
And unfortunately, I know why Nick Kish is going to let the U8 go. No! Nick was trying to let the U8 go because Brzbilski hit a buoy, and then he just nicked the edge of that skin fid spray, and now Nick Kish is over and out. Meanwhile, up front, DJ Miller DC Presents Deft has the lead, and for Nick Kish, those 3rd place points, they were helping him, but now that 0 is going to put him in position critical when we get to the 4th flight of heats.
Tough break there for Mr. Kish. Oh, gosh. Well, but that's boat racing, as we say. But meanwhile, DJ Miller, he is just driving a whale of a race. I've got to say, if there is a favorite color scheme, paint scheme on any unlimited hydroplane of any era, I've always said the X-Side was it. I love the lightning bolt, the checkered tail. Bring him home.
And DJ Miller through the Rooster Tail turn, going to pick up 400 points in the win in Heat 3C. So Miller picks up the win. Scott Garner going to come across the line, pick up the 3rd spot. Scott Brzbilski is going to pick up 4th.
Jeez.
I don't think Scott Garner saw Brzbilski coming there. And meanwhile, they hold on. We'll see what the officials have to say about what happened there with Nick Kish, but it all kicked off there at the end of that heat.
Wow. Oh.
That was a close one, but the racers come home. We'll check with the officials to make sure that everything is okay. Then we'll talk to DJ Miller, the winner of Heat 3C. We'll be right back in just a moment. So DJ Miller, a former Gold Cup winner, looking to add another one to his trophy case, picks up the win there in Heat 3C. DJ, congratulations, and that one was about as easy as you can make it. Get the inside lane, lead 5 laps, come home with 400 points, and now you're going to be in a good position to be on the front line of the final.
Yeah, I was I was in a little bit of a points hole to start the night because I had some issues in qualifying and couldn't get a proper time in. So I've been trying to get some heat wins, and I've had kind of an adventure tonight. I think I got a mix of bad luck and good luck, where I made the best of a bad situation in my 2 earlier heats. So finally, I got a nice clean heat win there. I didn't have the inside. I was in 2 at the start, but I managed to drive away from Jay because I had the momentum on him. If you hit that start with speed, that carries you all the way down that long front stretch. So that's going to be key to whoever's going to win the final, I think.
DJ Brad Luce here, and I just have a question about the racing in general. When you're not in a particular heat of competition, how much do you watch the other guys and watch what they're doing? And I'm thinking about Cy Bowen here. The guy's been on a mission here, and he's just been marching through everything. Are you thinking about ways that you can use your expertise to teach the young man something?
Well, I know I'm watching. I'm always watching certain drivers like Cy and Brian. You know, the guys you're going to have to beat. You watch them all throughout the prelims, and it's easy to do on the game. It might not look at it, but everyone's looking on their screens. That you can literally go spectate on board of somebody during a heat and listen for when they get on the gas for a timing mark, if you're paying attention. So there's all that going on throughout all the races. It's a whole lot of mind games, and it's fun. I don't know if you know this, Brad, but me and Cy have some history here in the Gold Cup on the Detroit River. The first ever Gold Cup we did on this game way back in 2018, it was a 5-lap deck-to-deck bout between me and Cy got me by a couple boat lengths at the finish line. So you might be in for a whale of a rematch in this final, depending on how the night goes.
Gee, and it sounds like that's something you haven't yet forgotten.
Maybe. I mean, I've won more Gold Cups than him since, but
right.
You know, it's always more fun when you earn it head to head.
Absolutely. And I love what you said about watching the other drivers on the course, because in H1 Unlimited racing, that's one of my favorite things to do is when the boats are out on the race cars, I always take a glance back towards some of the spotters' positions and toward the dock and so forth. The other drivers are always out there. You know, Muncie used to say that all the time. He was such a student of the sport, and I'm off on a tangent, and I apologize. But you've got to watch
that. I'm like that at the real races now since playing this game. Like, oh man, at Seattle this past year, we were sitting there on the shore, hooting and hollering in the mill, pointing at what guys were gonna do. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's what it's all. Anyway, it was a great race.
We can chat about stuff later.
So we will look forward to a 2018 rematch, possibly in the final heat of the Gold Cup. Great run. Congratulations. Keep it going.
And I hope you guys are having fun.
We are indeed.
We definitely are, and you guys are making it a lot more fun. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the night.
Yep, hope to talk to you guys later.
So Heat 3D coming up next.
I can do 3. Let's do this thing.
All right, Heat 3D, last one in the third flight, as we're getting closer and closer to decide who are going to be the 5 to run for the SNHL Gold Cup presented by the Easton Eagles. Let's go through your last 5 drivers to compete in the third flight. We'll start with the U29 of Harley Gray, the Dream Warrior, presented by Lucas Oil. Qualified in the 9th spot, went 4th and 3rd. Second in his 2 qualifying heats up to this point to be on 539 points. Ooh, there we go. Mickey Washburn, the U9 Miss Coca-Cola, is next in the 6th spot, has gone 2nd and 3rd after qualifying in position number 6. He's on 625 points. Scott Witherall, the doctor, the U-77 Miss Castrol GTX. This boat desperately wants some points. Unfortunately, the U-77 qualified third, got a DNS and a DNF. He's sitting on those 160 qualifying points. All Scott Witherall wants to do now is see 5 laps and a checkered flag to put some actual qualifying points on the board. And the U-64, the Belltown Hydro of Mikey Callaway, qualified 13th, 2 4th place finishes so far. He's on 368 points. And Callan Washburn is going to be our last runner in this heat. The U-44 qualified 8th, won Heat 1B, but then finished 5th in Heat 2D. He's on 607 points after qualifying 8th. And Callan is kind of going the opposite direction of Mackay Burgess, Brad. He started out hot, but in that second flight, just did not go his way, and now he's looking at a third heat where a podium would feel really, really good heading into that 4th flight.
Yeah, you mentioned he's going the other way, but how quickly fates can turn, and he can turn it around here very quickly. This is a heat where he's got a good opportunity here. If he can finish strong, a 1st or a 2nd place, he's going to have to feel pretty good about that. So keep an eye on Callan Washburn. Keep an eye also on Mickey Washburn in this one. He's got a fast race boat. I know he would like to come out here. He's got a 2nd, a 3rd. I know he'd like to go to 1st place in this one. This should be a very interesting heat from the standpoint of points, coming up on 2:10 until the start. Remember, we have the score-up buoy at the start-finish line at $1:30.
So here we go with Callan Washburn. He's in lane number 1. He's going to be the first one at us. We're 30 seconds until the score-up. Behind him should be a cavalcade of boats as we are 53 seconds until the start. That's going to be led by Mikey Callaway. But that U-29 of Harley Gray's got a lot of boat speed. He's going to jump past the U-44 that was sitting still. As Harley goes through the Rooster Tail turn, he's going to hit that exit with about 7 seconds to go until the score up. Make that 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Good score up. Fight for lanes begins, and Harley Gray's got a great launch out there. He should be able to get over to lane number 3, but it's going to be Mikey Callaway. They got the best start of them all as they're heading towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, I'm looking for Mickey Washburn. I don't know where he is in that mix. He is definitely back, but our first 3 lanes are set.
Mikey Callaway spun, and there was nowhere for Callan Washburn to go, and he goes into the air, and a spectacular crash puts both of those boats out of the race, and Scott Witherall managed to dodge all of that and end up in lane number 2.
Yeah, Scott Witherall has to be thinking, maybe this is it. The guy has had nothing but bad luck on the Detroit River here, but he's still got a ways to go. We've still got racing to do here. An unfortunate event coming down the front straightaway. And boy, yeah, you're in lane 1, and all of a sudden the boat in lane 2 hooks to the left right in front of you. You've got nowhere to go. A spectacular crash. But we go racing here in 20 seconds.
Meanwhile, Scott Witherall and all of that has been able to get lane number 1, and Mikey Callaway's around the outside there. He's going to try to make a run at this from lane number 5 as we get ready to start Heat 3D. Let's turn them loose for the final time in the 3rd flight. We're at 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And it's a good start. Everyone is clean, and Mikey Callaway got there first in lane number 5. He is going to move over on Mickey Washburn and take the lead heading down towards the Belle Isle turn.
Yeah, we got a whole pack of boats here heading down there to turn number 1. It's going to be good. Keep an eye on Mickey Washburn. He was the boat in lane number 2. He's in 2nd place. He has, and he's in lane 3. Excuse me. I didn't realize. This is really going to be, we're going to come out of this corner 4-1. I thought we lost one.
And that was Scott Witherall that made the contact there, and unfortunately, if the officials see that the way I think they're going to see that, Witherall is going to repeat the DNS, DNF, DSQ. We'll call it the way on the water, as these drivers are making lots of deck-to-deck contact as we head towards the Rooster Tail turn. They are 3 wide as Mickey Washburn in lane number 2 going to try to take the lead away. We'll call it on the water. The U-77, though, of Scott Witherall gets to the inside. They are deck to deck to deck. And Mickey Washburn had the lead there by about half a sponson as we start lap number 2.
Scott Witherall sitting on the inside. Maybe some questionable driving there. We'll let the officials figure that out. But right now, the young man is leading a 3-boat field down to the Belle Bridge turn. He has passed the entrance pin, and he is now at the apex. Boat looks really good. He's doing a good job. But talking about having a right side rear view mirror full of race boats, Mickey Washburn, it's all Coca-Cola in the right side rear view mirror of Scott Witherall.
And the Belltown Hydro isn't going away either. Mikey Callaway, he's going to try to get in there, try to take the lead away from both these boats as they head down towards the Rooster Tail turn. Now it's going to be Scott Witherall that pulls out to about 2 or 3 boat length advantage as they head into turn number 2 to end lap number 2. It's Witherall, the Miss Castro GTX, leading the way, but here comes Mickey Washburn with a big run, and I wonder if Scott Witherall may have got a call there. Or did he just get beat from the turn as Mickey Washburn, lane number 2, rockets into the lead?
Yeah, Mickey Washburn, whatever the reason was, he came off that corner like he was shot out of a cannon, and he just accelerated away from the other 2 boats. Don't know if there was the other drivers were advised of something. Doesn't appear as though, because Scott Witherall is still driving hard in lane number 1, and then we got good pressure coming on the outside from Callaway, so still a good boat race up the backstretch. Mickey Washburn and the Coca-Cola got him out of Rooster Tail lead from lane number 2, flying down the backstretch here on lap number 3 of 5.
So Mickey Washburn has the lead. He's been able to extend it, and Scott Witherall is now dropped back into the clutches of Mikey Callaway as they head into the Rooster Tail turn. Callaway there on the outside, Witherall on the inside. He's going to drift out and into the outside lanes, was unable to hold lane number 1, and now he's lost a couple more boat lanes to Mikey Callaway as we start lap number 4. The U9 continues to lead. We stick with this battle for second as Scott Witherall battles Mikey Callaway for second.
Down the bottom end of the race course on this, the 4th of 5 times around the race course. Still a great race on the water. Mickey Washburn has moved out into the lead, but there's still good racing behind him. Scott Witherall, he's just hoping he can stay clean and he doesn't get a call against him and he can get a second place finish here on the Detroit River.
And
no.
The commentator's curse strikes again. Scott Witherall, 3 qualifying heats, no points to show for it.
Wow. He's got the boat up in the air. He hung it up in the air, and oh boy, at some point you reach a point of no return. As Chip Hanauer used to say, at some point you just become spam in a can. And he got to that point, and over it went. A tough break for Scott Witherall.
I don't think Scott Witherall likes the Detroit River very much. I don't think the river likes him very much either, as yet again, it's going to be desperate times for him in that 4th flight.
I don't think he'll be vacationing in Detroit. Let's just put it that way.
I don't think so.
Meanwhile, Mickey Washburn, the Coca-Cola. Boat looking good on the water, looking good right now all the way around. Yeah, Mickey Washburn, he had a 2nd place, he had a 3rd place, and if he can hang on to this for half a lap, he'll have a 1st place, looking good.
Yeah, Mickey Washburn getting a much-needed 400 points to put him in the conversation on the front line of the final. He'll head through the Rooster Tail turn with no one around him, 400 points in front of him to take the win in Heat 3D. Going to be the U9 Miss Coca-Cola of Mickey Washburn.
Wow. Good-looking race boat, nice job. Mickey Washburn. He'll take it.
And the Belltown Hydro comes across Mikey Callaway for 2nd place. He'll bring that boat back to the pits. And Callan Washburn, after, looks like he was able to continue after that boat, I think went about 20 feet in the air, was able to keep it right side up, and he'll come across to finish 3rd. So that is the wildest way to get 225 points, but Washburn will be happy with that. And Brad, it's been a pleasure. We have one more interview, and I know you have to say goodbye to us after this, but it's been a great night. It's been some great action we've seen here this evening.
This has really been enjoyable. I have had an awful lot of fun. If you don't mind, Just because of my good friendship with Mickey Washburn, I'd like to stick around and congratulate the young man, and then I'll step away. But you do an outstanding, outstanding job with this SNHL. You're to be commended, as are all of the racers. This is great. The competition's good. Everybody has fun. The graphics are outstanding, and I just can't congratulate you guys enough. Congratulations on being a part of it, Daryl. Working with you, this is an honor for me. You do an amazing job. Keep up the good work, my friend.
Well, I'm trying to hold the smile here, but thank you so much. We put in a lot of work here, and I can't say it's by myself. There's a great team here with the SNHL board. We've had a lot of fun over the last few years, and this was a great race, and we're going to wait for the officials to certify this race, and then we will hear from Mickey Washburn and then get ready for what seems to be what will be pivotal for final qualifying heats to decide who's going to run for the SNHL Gold Cup. And just to put the bow on what has been a horrible day for Scott Witherall, he did get the penalty for the USEP for causing the flip with Harley Gray. So it wouldn't have mattered even if he did finish the race.
That's a tough break.
Yeah. We'll be right back. We'll go ahead and get this started. Mickey Washburn, the winner of Heat 3D. Mickey, you kind of had the calm cruise of everybody else while the chaos was breaking out behind you.
Yeah, well, the first chaos started in front of me there at the when we were running up to the start. Saw two boats, and I just had to shoot for the middle and hope I didn't hit one of them. And then into the heat, I was told I was the last one to finish. I was like, what?
Mickey, Brad Luce here, and I think you and I have met somewhere along the way, my friend.
We have. We kind of hung out a little bit this summer.
So I was looking at my notes here. I've got you had a third place finish, you had a second place finish, now a first place finish. Where do you go from here? The boat looks really good.
Yeah, hopefully I stay right here in the 400 point area. That first lap was a little hairy. I looked to the right and I had nowhere to go, and I looked to the left and had nowhere to go, and I just had to go fast straight.
It did get a little tight in there. Looks like we've been joined by Mr. Kish. Is he here with us?
Yeah, he's brought a guest with us as well. So we'll turn over to Mr. Kish here.
You guys got me?
Yes.
We got you.
since I haven't been able to bring a bunch of videos this season for this race or good performance by my boat, I brought somebody for you guys to talk to while we draw heats.
Well,
And
this is awesome because I
he's
know
not
who it is.
he's not exactly Andrew Tate,
Oh,
but he's the
my.
next closest thing.
He is. Put him on.
This guy's hijacking my heat win interview.
Yep, that's me, the hijacker of interviews.
Giovanni Belsito, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, Brad. How you been?
I'm doing really good. I got roped into this, and Daryl Kinsey and I are having more fun calling this stuff, and some guy named Mickey Washburn just pulled off a heat win.
Yeah, I was watching that. I've been watching the past few heats, and it makes me wish I was, racing more.
We need to get whatever it takes to get Mr. Kish on an inside lane. He's got to stick out there in the outside. We got to get him a different setup and put him in lane 1.
Oh yeah, we gotta build him a simulation rig that just really makes you feel the water,
Mhm.
So have you done any of this, Gio?
I have. I play a lot in the free time. Of course, it's never on the dates that we actually have races that I'm supposed to
Right.
attend to. I was there for our very first qualifying
Yes.
heat, I believe, and then that was that. So,
Well, what did you think about your buddy Mickey there? He just kind of it was not an easy win, and like he said, things got a little tight there for a minute, but Mickey can handle his race boat.
yeah, no doubt. As I was watching him pull out in front of the other two from second, and just bulleting himself right through those, right into first place, it was absolutely incredible. Like, I didn't know that, he had a hidden gear that he just dropped into and trucked along.
And when he does that, it just, for some reason, it makes you feel like you need to go to the refrigerator and get a Coca-Cola. It's a good-looking boat, Mickey. I like that. Did you design the color scheme on that thing?
I did design it and paint it. Yep.
Yeah, well, it's great sponsor activation for Coca-Cola out there.
All right.
It's really good. Poor Daryl's sitting on here going, yeah, this used to be my show. Now it's been hijacked by these three bozo. Daryl, do you know who Gio is with regards to H1?
Respectfully, no. I haven't met everybody yet, unfortunately.
Well, you need to meet Gio. He is the man who mans our start-finish line camera on the H1 Unlimited live stream. Mickey handles our pit cam, so he's down in the middle of all the hustle bustle on the docks and so forth. And so you've got like 40% of the H1 live stream team here on your broadcast with you.
Yeah, well, while we've got some time as they're pulling the heats, let's talk about that H1 season. It was an incredible show from start to finish. Andrew Tate did end up winning the National High Points title, but it was not easy for that Goodman boat at all.
Well, the one question I want to ask before we go on any further, Daryl, can you actually tell the difference between Gio Belsito and Andrew Tate, because they're actually twins?
I can tell the difference in the voice. I haven't seen Gio before, but I've actually heard Andrew Tate before. We met at Cambridge. Actually, I met Andrew at Cambridge and at Gunnersville, so I can tell.
Well, I got to bow out of here and do some commissioner stuff, but I just want to say thanks to Brad and Daryl for doing this for us.
Mickey, congratulations. Good run. It's always good to hear your voice, buds.
Yep.
Stay clean.
Thanks. See you soon.
Great run. Good luck the rest of the night.
Thanks, Daryl.
So, Gio, we're going to, at some point, Daryl and I have been talking. At some point along the line, we got to get this guy down to a real H1 Unlimited event and let him visit with us and maybe step in and do a little color commentary. He could help us out.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, no, I've been watching your work throughout the year, and it's been incredible. I think having you on there as the color commentator for our wonderful Brad Luce here would be a show that's never been seen before.
You guys are making my cheeks turn red over here. I'm honored to hear that. I really am. It makes me feel good that the last 3 years, I've been able to have this opportunity. And it's not like they asked me to do this. I will always tell this story. I was just doing it on a whim because we were in I was starting Division 2, and I didn't want to sit there for the hour between heats. So I just started calling the other heats, and they're like, hey, can you do that for Division 1 too? So I'm like, I've got nothing else going on. It's the middle of COVID. So I'm like, yeah, sure. And the rest is history. I've gotten to meet all of you. I never got a chance to go to boat racing before this. Now I've been to, I think, 3 or 4 races in the last 4 years. Been able to see a lot of great racing at Cambridge. Got to see you guys at Gunnersville. And whatever race we can make it happen, if they can get me out there, I'm more than willing to be there. But thank y'all so much.
Well, I would look forward to meeting you in person, and you would find that Mickey, Gio, myself, Nick, Tana, the rest of our group, we set out on a mission last year, and it was to have fun. And I think we did. I think we had our challenges, but I think we had a good time, and I think we put out a product. And I know there's a lot of discussion going on now. We're going to take that product to the next level in 2025. Yeah, you need to come down and see us and get introduced to the group. And we got faces. We're real people, and we enjoy having a good time.
Well, I've had a good time at boat races. I would love to come out there and have a good time with you guys. We've had a good time tonight. And Gio, we've got to get to some D2 races together as well. I know just due to my schedule, I probably won't be racing again until the Saturday races next year. But it's going to be fun.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I'm excited to fully commit next year and hopefully make my way up to D1 someday.
Wow.
Well,
wow. Then we can have Andrew Tate driving in D1.
Yes, you could.
If it sounds, Daryl, like there's a whole story in there, oh yeah, there is, and it's we'll save it for another day. But let's just say the two are twins. So, Gio, you behaving yourself? I'm looking at my calendar here. We got like 10 days, and you got a big birthday coming up.
Yes, I do. I actually just got your amazing card in the mail, so thank you. I appreciate that.
And clearly, because it was early and on time and all that stuff, I had nothing to do with it. You can thank my wife, Debbie, for that. I think I have set the record, Gio, for the most watches of the live stream outtake video or whatever we're calling it that Nick put together. He sends me a text every once in a while, and he goes, "How many times?" And I think I'm up to 7 that I've watched.
No, I kind of want to see this video now.
What was that, Daryl?
I said I kind of want to see this outtakes video now.
We should send it to you. You'd get a kick out of it. But the thing is,
there for certain audiences. But yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, somebody watched it. My son watched it. My son Andrew watched it 2 nights ago, and he watched it and he enjoyed it and he thought it was good. But we got boats going in the water. He says, "I didn't understand this part. You had to be with us all year to understand all the stuff."
Yeah, you really did. A lot of it's a bunch of inside things, like Brad's amazing. Oh!
Hey, stop. All right, you guys get out of here. I'm going to step away. We got boats on the water. Daryl, thank you. Have a good rest of the evening. Gio, always good to hear your voice, my friend.
Good to see you, Brad.
Gio, Brad, thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening of watching the stream. I'm going to try to put my head back on and get into calling this wonderful racing here as we are now in the final heat of the night. Heat for our final qualifying heats of the evening. Heat 4A, and for the first time I think this season, we've got 1 mile an hour winds. This water is going to be smooth as glass. That doesn't mean it's going to be any easier, especially with Cy Bowen in the U17 Rockbot here on the water. What else is there to say? He's qualified first. He's won all 3 of his heats. He's got 1,400 points. He's in the final. Somebody has got to try to beat this guy. That somebody might be the red and white U1 that is following him. The DC presents Deft. DJ Miller had some issues in qualifying, has run 2 seconds and a first so far. He's on 1,000 points. Good run here. Should lock him in to the final heat. However, he's going to want that moral boost of beating Cy Bowen here in the heat before we get on to that final. And with him is the U35, the Miss Sam's Cola of Tyler Sams. Tyler's also won 2 heats. Despite the DNQ, he's one blemish other than the DNQ. Has been the 4th place in Heat 3A. He's on 969 points. He is 5th right now. His maximum points is 1369. A win here, and he's in a second, and he's in. So the U35 just needs to have a good finish. Is going to be into the front line of the final. Same goes for Tim Johnson. He's in the U50. He's 2nd on the board right now at 1,045 points. A good finish. He's in the final. Jeff DeWalt, the U31 Mopar, currently sitting 16th at 617 points. Racing for pride here in that U31 Mopar, but collecting some more points for his national points haul. And that should be, I believe we are missing a boat as I'm looking here. Nope, we've got everybody. So never mind, we've got 5 boats on the water. So we are all good, and we are 20 seconds from the score up. We've got Tim Johnson there in lane number 1. Now Tyler Sam's going to get the run from lane number 4 as they come through the Rooster Tail turn with 10 seconds to go until the score up. He's going to hit the buoy at about 6 seconds to go. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Good score up. Fight for lanes begins as Cy Bowen once again, lane number 2, gets a great launch on everybody else. He should be able to get over to lane number 1 easily. He will get into lane number 1 easily. And to the outside there is the U31. The Mopar should be able to come into at least lane number 3 as we head through the Belle Isle turn. Cy Bowen in lane 1 is going to lead the way through the turn. Meanwhile, on the outside, Tyler Sam's going to get lane number 3. DJ Miller will have lane number 2. And that means Jeff DeWalt and Tim Johnson will have to get it done from the outside. As meanwhile, Cy Bowen, a season of near perfection, maybe continuing here in 45 seconds. But he's going to have a challenge out there with DJ Miller. Because remember, 2018, the very first SNHL Gold Cup. These two ran 5 laps deck to deck. Cy Bowen edged out DJ Miller. Since then, DJ Miller has added 3 or 4 SNHL Gold Cups to his tally. Actually, it's 4 from my count. And he's looking for number 5 as we are now 15 seconds until the start of Heat 4A. They'll come around the Rooster Tail turn in good order and hit the exit pin at 6 seconds. Let's turn them loose in Heat 4A. We're at 3 seconds. 2, 1, mark. It's a good start, and we are underway. Leading the way is DJ Miller there in lane number 2, but to his inside is Cy Bowen in lane number 1. It was also a good start for the U31 of Jeff DeWalt, but up front it's the U1 and the U17 deck to deck heading into the Belle Isle turn. And it's going to be Cy Bowen that has the lead, but DJ Miller's holding tough. Tyler Sams and Tim Johnson, they've fallen back from the front 2, but as we exit turn number 1 and head down the back straightaway, it's DJ Miller there. He's about 2 boat lengths away from Cy Bowen on the first of 5. Right along with DJ Miller now towards the Rooster Tail turn. He's not losing a lot of ground to Cy Bowen, still staying there with about 2 boat lengths between the two. But we head into turn number 1 and, head into the Rooster Tail turn, and Bowen gonna pull out another boat length, so we get 3 boat lengths between the two as we end lap number 1 and begin lap number 2. The Rockbot leading the way. DJ Miller is in second, and Tyler Sams in third. And on the outside, Sams is going to be challenged here by the U50, the Miss Tri-Cities of Tim Johnson. We'll stay with that battle for now as they head towards the Belle Isle turn. And as we see it there, it's actually a Rooster Tail between Sams and Johnson. So Sams is going to hold on to third for now. Up front, DJ Miller. He's lost contact now with Cy Bowen, and he's now in no man's land. He's got the U-17 in front of him, but no one really challenging behind him. This may be a place where DJ Miller decides to pack it in early. He's got that opportunity to get to the final. He just needs 300 points, and really we could lock in 3 of our spots with how these drivers are running now. It's Tyler Sams, though. He tried to cut to the inside, could not hold it, bounced to the outside, managed to hold on to it. They start lap number 3. He stays in third. The Rockbot continues to lead. DC Presents Deft is second. Miss Sam's Cola is third. Miss Tri-Cities is fourth. And the Mopar is in the 5th spot. So we head into the Belle Isle turn with 2 laps to go. DJ Miller sitting in second. Cy Bowen in first. DJ Miller, our current champion. Cy Bowen trying to become our next champion as we are in the halfway point. Bowen, as I said to him at the beginning of the night, the bullseye in the back of this boat is going to be seen from space. The more heats he keeps winning, as this Rockbot has just come out loaded for bear in terms of speed. And Cy Bowen, who had concerns about whether or not he was going to be able to handle the more aggressive milling in D1, he's been able to handle it as we start the extra laps. He's on his way to 400 more points and going into the final with 1,800 points and looking to go perfect for the second time tonight. Meanwhile, behind him, DJ Miller continuing to hold in the 2nd spot as the field is starting to stretch out a little bit into a boat parade as everyone really starting to consolidate their positions and get ready for either the final or the next race out in Tri-Cities, depending on where they're going to finish, as DJ Miller exits the Belle Isle turn. Tyler Sams still trying to chase him down the U-35. Right along with him now, Tyler Sams there in lane number 3, trying to reel in DJ Miller, but I think at this point, discretion, better part of valor. Put the wing up. Actually, he's got the wing up now. I think he's going to just hold on for this 3rd place and go into the final as Cy Bowen starts the final lap, and man, no one has been able to solve this puzzle of the U-17 at all. They've tried to get him out to into lane number 2. He's won from lane 3. He's won from lane 2. He's made lane number 1 his home, and now he's just 2 turns from picking up another 400-point haul as Bowen heads into turn number 1. Exits the Belle Isle turn with no one around him and 400 points in front of him as he heads down the back straightaway towards the Detroit Yacht Club. He's still flying that boat just a little bit to keep the speed up. Now he's starting to put the wing in. He knows he's got the points in hand as he comes through the Rooster Tail turn, looking for 400 points and the win in Heat 4A. It's going to be Cy Bowen. The U-17 Rockbot gives the fans a show. No one's been able to solve this U-17 yet. DC Prince Deft going to come across for 2nd. Tyler Sams is 3rd. Tim Johnson, U-50 Miss Tri-Cities, is 4th. And Jeff DeWalt in the U-31 Mopar going to come across for 5th. So Cy Bowen picks up the win. We'll hear from him next. And Cy Bowen joins us, the winner of Heat 4A. Cy, I don't think you could draw up a return to Division One as well as you have another sweep of the qualifying heats. How do you put it in perspective?
I don't think you can. I don't think anybody comes into a season having this good of a start of the year. Yeah, it's been speechless, I guess. We've kind of been the boat to beat every time we come out on the water. So yeah, I mean, you can't draw it up any better.
So now we head to the final. You're looking to break DJ Miller's record of 4 for 4 to start as far as final heats. What would it mean, though, to pick up a second Gold Cup?
Oh, it would be awesome. It's something that I've been kind of hoping to get back into. We were able to race in the past years, even though we didn't run full seasons or we weren't in Division One, able to come back and race for the Gold Cup. Every time we haven't been very competitive, except for maybe last year we got a couple heat wins. That was about it. So now we're coming back and we're able to actually compete for the Gold Cup. We're going to be on the front line. We're leading points and swept the qualifying heats and got top qualifier. So I think we're in the best chance that we can be.
All right, Si, congratulations. Good luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
So with those wins, DJ Miller, by virtue of finishing second, also locks his way into the final. Tim Johnson, Tyler Sams, they're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to see their fate. We will start Heat 4B in a moment, so sit tight. Heat 4B, ready to roll. We got 5 racers trying to find their way into the final. Here are your starters, and this is a situation for them. Start with the U38, Mackay Burgess, the U38 Trolley. He's on 934 points. A win should get him into the final. Mickey Washburn, the U9 Miss Coca-Cola. He is currently in the final. A good finish would lock him into the front line if he can stay there. Scott Garner, U60 A&W Root Beer, 744 points. A win for now would put him on the front line of the final in the 5th spot. Well, Harley Gray, the U29 Dream Warrior. Harley currently has, let's come over, he has 708 points. A win is the only way he could find himself into the final. And Scott Witherall currently sitting on 160 points. He just wants any points out of this heat to avoid the dreaded goose egg. That's all Witherall is looking for as he comes through turn number 2. And those are your starters here for Heat 4B. So everyone getting set up for the score up with at a minute 30. Harley Gray making his way down towards the Rooster Tail turn. Meanwhile, Scott Witherall is setting up just next to the Detroit Yacht Club. And Mickey Washburn following him as well. And as Scott Witherall on the screen, the Detroit River has not been kind to him. 2 seasons ago, he picked up the dreaded DNF, DNS, DSQ. Currently, he's got all 3, DNS, DNF, DSQ again. What he doesn't want to do is DNF, DNS, DSQ, and then DNF again. As he is getting ready, hopefully, to get points here in this final round, as we are about 20 seconds from the 1-minute pin. Meanwhile, up front, Mickey Washburn making his way through turn number 2. He's out there in lane number 2. Scott Witherall's going to go to lane number 3. So we're 10 seconds, make that 8 seconds from the score up. So we are at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And it's a good score up. Fight for lanes begins, and the heat is on the outside and the inside with Harley Gray and Scott Garner. They get big launches on everyone in the middle, and it's going to be Garner in lane number 1. Gray's going to be able to come over to at least lane number 4 as they head into the Belle Isle turn. They come to the turn almost deck to deck. No one's going to have an opportunity to really fight for lanes at this point, as Scott Witherall, I think at this point, he's dropped back to lane number 5. He just wants to finish this heat, as Harley Gray is going to have lane number 1 as they come to the commitment buoy at the exit of GP turn number 1. So Garner's in 1, Mickey Washburn in 2, Mackay Burgess will be in 3, and lanes 4 and 5 will be Scott Witherall and Harley Gray. They'll try to get it done from the outside as they get ready to turn them loose in Heat 4B. Scott Garner comes around the Roostertail turn, 15 seconds to go. Mickey Washburn out there as now they'll hit the line at 10 seconds. They're going to be slow here to the start as we are 6. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Garner gets across legal, but he was extremely slow. Mackay Burgess now has lane number 3, and they are going to scrunch Harley Gray there as the outside boats are going to be the boats with enough speed. They're going to move over to take lanes 1 through 3 as we head to the Belle Isle turn for the first of 5. It's going to be Mackay Burgess leading the way through the Belle Isle turn, but to his inside, he's got Harley Gray, and to his outside for Harley Gray is Scott Witherall. As 3 boats under a blanket as Witherall is not taking it easy. And that almost cost him there. He managed to hold on to it. No! Unfortunate for Scott Witherall. He will end the night on 0 qualifying heat points for only the 2nd time in his career. Meanwhile, Mackay Burgess starts lap number 2. The U-38 trolley leads the way with Harley Gray in 2nd. And with that, Scott Garner and Mickey Washburn have gone over as well. What happened here? Well, the Detroit River has struck, and it was going to happen at some point where you just see complete chaos, and now Mackay Burgess, Harley Gray, they can just ease it on around for 3 more laps. They're going to finish 1st and 2nd in this heat, and that is going to throw the final heat picture on its head. So here comes Burgess off the Roostertail turn. He'll start lap number 3. We are going to go back to try to find out what the heck happened in Heat 4B. As it's all kicked off. They're on lap number 1, and now Mackay Burgess and Harley Gray pretty much in a match race to decide who's going to survive this heat. Burgess exits the Belle Isle turn. It's got a Roostertail over Harley Gray at this point, so where they're running, barring any more catastrophe, will be about where they finish. And never say that the Detroit River is easy. This is the calmest winds we've raced at here, and 3 boats have gone over and out. So Burgess crosses the start-finish line to start the extra laps. Harley Gray, the Dream Warrior, in 2nd. Burgess, Gray, heading down towards the Belle Isle turn to negotiate the upside down boat of Mickey Washburn. And Harley's taking his foot completely out of the pedal at this point. He's just going to settle for the 300 points. Mekhi Burgess continuing around to pick up 400 points in the eventual win in Heat 4B. So here comes Burgess through the Rooster Tail turn. And the white flag will come up. One more lap to go for Mekhi. And you can see how far that Harley Gray has dropped out of it. He is about, we'll call it half the course between him and Mekhi, as these two boats are trying to wrap up this heat and just survive. As they come through turn number 2. Sorry, not turn number 2. Come through the Belle Isle turn and head down the back straightaway in a chaos incarnate Heat 4B. Mekhi Burgess and Harley Gray are only survivors of this heat. And Burgess comes through the Rooster Tail turn to pick up 400 points and the win in Heat 4B. Going to go to the U38 Trolley Sour Bright Crawlers. And the Dream Warrior, presented by Lucas Oil, Harley Gray, he's going to end up in the second spot. And he's going to come through turn number 2 as easy as he can. And oh, he almost got into the seawall there. But he's going to bring it across and finish up Heat 2B. So we've seen our two finishers. Let us go parse out what happened in this race. So let's start with Mickey Washburn and Scott Garner. So here is Mickey. Oh, so Mickey just went over by himself. Scott Garner tried to avoid it. He goes over him. As both of those boats ended up outside the course. And then Scott Witherall coming off turn number 2. Just got too close to the U-29. Bounced off of him. Went into a skid fin spray. And away he went. Big bounce by the U-77. And that was it for Heat 4B. Oop. So now we'll bring in Mekhi Burgess, the winner, probably should say the survivor of Heat 4B. Mekhi, it all kicked off there, and you managed to get through the chaos and pick up the win.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm just grateful for just even finishing that, because it got kind of hairy after going through that second lap, and I didn't really notice that Garner was over right there, so I about hit him.
So, Mekhi, you pick up the 400 points there at the end, and it is enough to put you into the final. How do you go about handling what is quickly turning into a challenging Detroit River?
Just confidence and just trusting the boat, really, and trusting my marks, just being able to run with the sense that I'm going to win.
All right, Mekhi, congratulations and good luck in the final.
Yeah, thank you.
So as we get ready for Heat 4C, we now know 4 of our 6 final competitors. Cy Bowen, Mekhi Burgess, DJ Miller, Tim Johnson. They are all locked into the final. Tyler Sams has got to hold on for 2 more heats. Currently, Mickey Washburn, who flipped going down the front straightaway. He is currently in the trailer position. And we've got 2 more heats and 9 more boats. They're going to try to take that spot away. And we'll find out when Heat 4C gets started momentarily. All right, after that chaos, let's try to wrap up the qualifying heats, as now the penultimate qualifying heat of the night. We'll only have 4 boats in this one, as Mikey Callaway has withdrawn with his 368 points. You will see him next time out at Tri-Cities. Neil Dismang, the U92 Dutch Bros, comes to the start-finish line. Neil currently is sitting on 623 points. Unfortunately, he can go no further tonight. He is out of the running for a spot in the final. Brian Ollinger next in the U21 Miss Presley May. He's got 690 points. A win would make him the trailer boat on the final. Elijah Smith, U94 Smirnoff, 453 points. He is out of tonight's running. And Scott Przybilski, the U8 Mr. Pringles. Scott currently sitting on 786 points. A win would also make him the trailer boat of the final. So those are your 4 boats in this heat. A trailer boat position up for grabs, as well as a lot of pride heading into the next week if one of these racers can pick up a win here. So we're 2 minutes and 45 seconds until the start. And this is a heat where you saw what just happened in Heat 4B, and you just got to take it easy. So 1 mile an hour winds don't really need to stress the boat. Just got to make sure this thing completes 5 laps and comes around in one piece. So there is Scott Przybilski. He is in lane number 1. Elijah Smith is going to be in lane number 2. So we are now about 40 seconds from the score up. You get the Smirnoff in lane number 2, the Mr. Pringles in lane number 1. The Dutch Bros and the Miss Presley May will be coming from the outside when we get ready for the score up. Scott Przybilski going to try to orient his boat, try to make some more space in there between him and the U94. And they almost make contact. They make a little bit of contact, but no harm, no fouls. We're 10 seconds now until the score up. At the exit pin at 6 seconds. Make it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. Good score up. Fight for lanes begins. And again, Neil Dismang gets a great launch from lane number 4 there on the outside. And he's going to cut all the way over. He should be able to get lane number 3 at least. Looks like he won't be able to come over. He'll be stuck in lane number 4, and the 3 boats to his inside. Actually does get lane number 3, and Elijah Smith makes contact and puts the U8 into a buoy. So it's all kicked off now as Brian Alger goes to the outside. Przybylski manages to keep going, but he's out of it by virtue of the buoy strike. And now Neil Dismang should be able to move over to get lane number 1. Actually, yes, he will get lane number 1. Elijah Smith will be in lane number 2, but I think, was there another buoy strike there? No, there wasn't. It looked like Neil Dismang almost hit the GP course buoy, but he did not. And now we get ready for the start of Heat 4C. Elijah Smith, first one into the Rooster Tail turn with 18 seconds to go. Now here comes Neil Dismang. He's going to get lane number 1. He's really close to the buoy row. So they're 8 seconds from the start, and they're going to be slow crawling it up with 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And it's a great start, and Brian Ollinger has the lead in the U21. Miss Presley May, that right sponsor was high off the water, manages to hold on to it, and he'll have the lead heading down towards the Belle Isle turn. Meanwhile, Neil Dismang did not get a good start at all. Elijah Smith there on the water in second did get a good start, but it's not going to matter as Brian Ollinger is a rooster tail ahead of everybody as he exits turn number 1. Down the backstretch we go. Elijah Smith now in lane number 2 as Brian Ollinger was in lane number 3. Now they move over to lanes number 1 and 2. Scott Przybylski moved to the outside. Meanwhile, Neil Dismang all the way back in 4th and up front. Brian Ollinger, a former Gold Cup winner, is trying to get himself into the final as he comes to the Rooster Tail turn and hits the start-finish line buoy to start lap number 2. Elijah Smith and Smirnoff is second. Scott Przybylski third in the U8. Mr. Pringles and 4th is Neil Dismang in the Dutch Bros. As up front, Brian Ollinger continues to lead, heads into the Belle Isle turn. Trying to see if Elijah Smith has been notified of any penalty. It doesn't look like he has been, but he is a rooster tail behind right now as you're right along with the U94 trying to chase down Brian Ollinger in the U17. Smith on the inside has an opportunity to make some headway here as Brian Ollinger heads into the rooster tail turn first. He's out there in lane number 3, gives plenty of space to the U94 as Elijah Smith throws into that corner, gets up onto the wake of the U21, makes about 3 or 4 boat lengths as they start lap number 3. But then he loses it all as the U21 had more speed out of the corner. It's going to be Brian Ollinger that leads the way down to the Belle Isle turn. Ollinger has the lead. Smith in second. Third is Scott Przybylski. Neil Dismang is in 4th. Those are your runners here in Heat 4C. Ollinger now a rooster tail ahead. Just needs to bring the boat around 2 more times and should be able to lock himself in as the trailer boat in the winner-take-all final in the SNHL Gold Cup. Ollinger, a former Gold Cup winner himself, looking to add to his account and give a good showing for the D2 drivers before the Silver Cup tomorrow, as Ollinger has stated he will pull double duty and run the Silver Cup tomorrow. So Ollinger looking to potentially become the first driver to ever double up on SNHL's highest honors in one weekend by winning the Gold Cup tonight and the Silver Cup tomorrow afternoon. As Ollinger makes his way through turn number 2. Sorry, not through turn number 2. I keep calling that turn number 2. It's the Belle Isle turn. And heads towards the Rooster Tail turn with no one around him. He's on a Saturday night cruise towards 400 points. It's behind him, Elijah Smith, the U94 Smirnoff, sits in that second place looking to take home 300 points. Which could hopefully get the season for the U94 back on track as Brian Ollinger comes through the Rooster Tail turn to start the final lap one more time around for the Miss Presley May. Elijah Smith moves to the outside. He's in second. Scott Prispilski's in the third spot as he takes the white flag. Chasing down Elijah Smith. Meanwhile, Neil Dismang and the Dutch Bros, at this point, just trying to bring this boat home in one piece before he heads out to Tri-Cities. So he'll cross the start-finish line. Meanwhile, Brian Ollinger is already through the Belle Isle turn, heading towards the Rooster Tail turn and 400 points. You ride along, and it's clean, mean blue water for Brian Ollinger as he heads towards the Rooster Tail turn. Gives a salute to the Detroit Yacht Club. It's going to bring that boat through turn number 2. Exits the Rooster Tail turn and looking for 400 points in the win in Heat 4C. Going to go to Brian Ollinger in the Miss Presley May. Elijah Smith of Smirnoff will be second. Scott Prispilski in the Mr. Pringles is third. Neil Dismang is fourth in the Dutch Bros. And that'll wrap up your finishers in Heat 4C. So Brian Ollinger is your winner. We'll hear from him next. Brian Ollinger now joins us, the winner of Heat 4C. Brian, it's been a while since we've seen you in D1 competition, even though if it's just for the Gold Cup, but you pull out a much-needed win. You're in the trailer position now, and now you just have to hope as Heat 4D gets ready.
I know. It's good to be up here with you again, Daryl. Man, I've just been lagging with, the work and all that stuff. And this guy named Cy Bowen, where did he come from trying to work on a perfect night? Yeah, I needed that one. I don't know if it's going to do it, Daryl, but, it's been fun. And that heat I had with him earlier was a great, great race. That was probably the most fun I've had in a while. So, we'll see how the rest of the night plays off, man.
Well, even if you don't get into the final tonight, this is a lot of data gathering before tomorrow with the Silver Cup. How much do you think will translate over into racing tomorrow?
Every single bit of it. They're tough up here in D1, as you've seen and as you know for years. D2, not far behind, so you can't really slouch on your game there. I might do a couple of setup changes, maybe some timing marks, but overall, you never know. The wind could kick up tomorrow too, so we could have a nasty Detroit River. So there's all kinds of things that I'm taking from tonight into tomorrow for sure to try and go get that Silver Cup.
All right, Brian, congratulations and good luck, whether it be in the final or tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Daryl. I appreciate it. It's good talking to you again, my friend.
Yep. Final qualifying heat of the night up next. Apologize for the bleed over there as we get ready for Heat 4D, last qualifying heat of the night. And these 4 boats are trying to get a trailer, or sorry, these 5 boats running for a trailer spot here in the final. Let's go over your runners in this heat. Start with Connor Harnack, the J&H Marine. Connor, unfortunately, is out with 655 points. Looking to race for pride here. Jay Sadrowski in the U19. A first puts him on the front line of the final. A second will make him the trailer. He's got to finish in the top 2 if he wants to run in the final tonight. Callum Washburn, a win would put him as the trailer in this final qualifying heat. Pete Lacoste, the U37 Pure Pressure, a win would also put him as the trailer boat. And Nick Kish, the U90 Easton Eagle. Nick, 382 points. Unfortunately, he will go no further this evening. So that is how things are set here in this Heat 4D. Got 3 drivers still eligible to get into the finals. So for Tyler Sams and Brian Ollinger, it is not a done deal by any means. And right now, they're going to be big Nick Kish fans, because he picks up, particularly for Tyler Sams, he's going to be a big Nick Kish fan or a big Pierre Lacoste fan, because if they if they get the win here in Heat 4D, that should at least keep Tyler Sams safe on the front line, but Brian Ollinger would be out. In the case of Pete Lacoste, if Jay Sadrowski wins, Tyler Sams would drop down to be the trailer. So we're a minute now until the score up into turn number 1. Got Pete Lacoste side by side with Jay Sadrowski, and it's Jay that's going to get in the lane number 1. Kellen Washburn goes around the outsides. We're now 40 seconds until the score up, as Pete Lacoste is now going to reset his boat and leave Jay Sadrowski by himself. No, Jay Sadrowski slid inside. The current has actually carried Jay Sadrowski inside the course. I don't think he's noticed it until now. Now he hit the buoy. And did he dislodge it? No, he did not. I don't think Jay was expecting to be dragged into the course like that. But now we're 5 seconds until the score up at 2 seconds. 1 second mark. And Pete Lacoste gets up here all by himself. He'll be able to move over to lane 1 easily. And he will move over into lane number 1. And everyone else will be battling for the lanes behind him, as Connor Harnack's going to get into lane number 2 as they head down towards the Belle Isle turn. So Pete Lacoste catches everyone napping, steals lane number 1. And Connor Harnack gets into lane number 2. So Harnack in 2, Callum Washburn's going to be in 3, and Nick Kish and Jay Sadrowski will be in lanes 4 and 5. They're going to have to get it done from the outside as Lacoste makes his way down the down the back straightaway. If you are Brian Ollinger, this is not what you want to see. If you are Tyler Sams, this is exactly what you want to see. And really, if you're Brian Ollinger, you're a big Connor Harnack fan right now, because Connor can go no further whether he wins or not. So now we get ready for the final start before the final. Nick Kish got a great run around the outside. Jay Strauss is going to follow him. They've got a whole lot of boat speed on the rest of the field as they come through the Rooster Tail turn at 6 seconds. Make that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Nick Kish, I believe, may have jumped that start. And he did jump that start. He's going to go to the back. Meanwhile, the boat leading the race is Pete Lacoste. He on the water is in second As they head towards the Belle Isle turn, as Nick Kish can move over into lane number 3. That's going to kick everybody to the inside. Jason Drowsey's now in the slot there in the back. Got to be careful not to wash down the engine. He does not. So he continues running, and Pete Lacoste exits the Belle Isle turn with the lead, with Connor Harnack about 5 boat lengths back as they head down the back straightaway. Nick Kish continues to push on the outside. He's second on the water, but he will go to the back of the field by virtue of that jump start penalty as Lacoste makes his way into the Rooster Tail turn for the first of 5. Lacoste, the former D2 champion, going to take the start finish line. Has not found winning as easy to come by here in Division 1, but he may have the opportunity to grab some great points in the final if he can hold on for another 3 laps. Meanwhile, in the back there, it's Connor Harnack. Can't hold on. He's up and over. So that's the end of Connor Harnack's night. As up front, Pete Lacoste continues to run. Nick Kish there in second. Callum Washburn in third. So those are your top 3. And Jay Sadrowski in fourth. Sadrowski, I don't think he will not make the final from there, as Pete Lacoste continues. In the way things are setting, it's going to be a good night for Tyler Sams, while Brian Ollinger, he'll be getting ready he'll have a early start on Silver Cup prep as we get ready to start lap number 3 as Lacoste leads the way here in Heat 4D. Peer Pressure leads the way in first. Second is Nick Kish, Easton Eagle. Third is Callum Washburn, Washburn 3D Race Boats. Fourth, Jay Sadrowski in the House of Color. Those are your boats still running, with Connor Harnack out the race as that U37 Peer Pressure makes his way through turn number 1. Going to exit the Belle Isle turn and gain another couple of boat lengths on the U90. So Pete Lacoste looking to make the final tonight. As things sit, this would be his second final. Actually, it'll be his third final of the season. He was not at Madison. That's the only reason he didn't make the final there. So Lacoste having a consistent season so far, making his way into finals, but tonight a little bit more difficult as he start lap number 4. Lacoste leads the way. Nick Kish in second on the water. Callum Washburn third. Jay Sadrowski continues in fourth. As he comes across the line now, as Jay Sadrowski is trying to bring that boat home in one piece, as in he unfortunately will not be in the final. But this boat is looking increasingly like it will be, this blue, gold, red, and silver boat of Pete Lacoste in the Peer Pressure. He's put more wing into it to keep those sponsons on the water, to keep that boat from going upside down as he heads into the Rooster Tail turn. Lacoste, part of our strong Canadian contingent here in SNHL, will see the white flag in one more time around for Lacoste. Nick Kish, second on the water, gets the white flag. Callum Washburn, Washburn 3D Race Boats, also on his final lap. And Jay Sadrowski just coming out of Rooster Tail turn. He'll come across start-finish line to pick up his final lap. Meanwhile, Pete Lacoste already negotiating the Belle Isle turn, looking to grant himself a spot as the trailer boat in the final. We have had a trailer boat win a final heat in SNHL, so there is an opportunity here for Pete Lacoste in the final as he comes towards the Rooster Tail turn with no one around him, 400 points in front of him. Lacoste enters the Rooster Tail turn, gives plenty of space to the buoy rows. He's going to pick up 400 points and the win in Heat 4D. Nick Kish going to come across the line. He'll have that 1 minute penalty applied. Kellen Washburn comes across. He'll pick up second. And Jay Sadrowski coming through the Rooster Tail turn. He's going to pick up third. And actually, Sadrowski will not move up to third. He's got a DMZ violation. So Nick Kish and Jay Sadrowski will be third and fourth, while Kellen Washburn and Pete Lacoste are positions 1 and 2. And that'll do it for the qualifying heats. It'll be Bowen, Burgess, Miller, Johnson, and Sams on the front line. Pete Lacoste will be your trailer. Next up will be the SNHL Gold Cup Final. It is time to decide an SNHL Gold Cup champion. All 6 boats heading out onto the water. And the question on everyone's mind is who can stop Cy Bowen? Cy, our national high points leader, has been perfect on the evening. Another win here to give him his 2nd perfect evening of the season. Give him his 2nd Gold Cup and break the record for most consecutive SNHL victories with 4. Here are your other runners, Tim Johnson and DJ Miller. We know the spirited battle DJ Miller and Cy Bowen had in 2018. Will we get a repeat of that race here with 2.5-mile-an-hour winds here at Detroit? Tyler Sams, the U35 Miss Sam's Cola. One of the drivers is going to try to play spoiler here on this final. Mekhi Burgess, what a win would be for him to turn around his season. And meanwhile, Pete Lacoste, can he be the trailer boat that sneaks a win from everybody else? Well, Callum Washburn will be your alternate. So here we are, and we see they've got Cy Bowen out in lane number 4 now as they're trying to keep from getting to the inside. U27 now moves to the outside, and now it looks like Cy Bowen's just going to stop as the rest of the boats get situated here with 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. And Cy is going to be calculating here how can he get into the best spot possible. As meanwhile, DJ Miller has got lane number 1. So he's got the lane you want to be in here. Meanwhile, Tyler Sams in lane number 2. The peer pressure Pete Lacoste goes around the Rooster Tail turn. Remember, he starts 5 seconds behind the rest of the fields. You're now 30 seconds until the score up. And DJ Miller is deep into turn number 1. Sorry, is deep into the Rooster Tail turn. He's got to be careful here. If he shuts off the boat, remember, he's going to drift into the course, and that would be a DMZ violation. And now here comes the field around the Rooster Tail turn. Tyler Sams is going to be first. But here comes Cy Bowen with a lot of boat speed as he is 6 seconds from the start. Make that 3, 2, 1 mark. And it's a good score up, and the U1 did not have enough speed there. So the U35 and the U17 are going to swallow him up. But Tyler Sams going to get to lane number 1 instead of Cy Bowen. He'll be in lane number 2. DJ Miller will have to move into lane number 3 as they come down into the Belle Isle turn. Sams still has lane number 2. Sorry, has lane number 1. Bowen has lane number 1. He has 1 out there, but Tyler Sams has got a fast boat there to his inside. Tim Johnson's going to move to lane number 3, and DJ Miller's going to move all the way out to lane number 5. With Mekhi Burgess in lane 4. And now here we are, 35 seconds to decide a Gold Cup champion. Will Sams get his first? Will Tim Johnson get his first? Can Mekhi Burgess break through, or will Cy Bowen continue his dominant streak, or will DJ Miller add another one to his cabinet as the winningest Gold Cup driver in SNHL Division 1? Let's turn them loose in the Gold Cup final. Through the Rooster Tail turn they go at 4 seconds. Make it 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Mark! It's a good start, and it's a triple-decker as they head down towards the Belle Isle turn. Mekhi Burgess got a great start out there in lane number 3, but Cy Bowen got an even better start in lane number 2. A little bit of contact between him and Tyler Sams. They hold on to it as they head to the Belle Isle turn. Mekhi Burgess, though, is going to get down there first, and Cy Bowen's going to be in the middle. Tyler Sams is going to be in lane number 1, but he's going to get held tight in the lane number 1 as Bowen is going to hold him tight and exiting the Belle Isle turn. It's Cy Bowen with the lead. But Mekhi Burgess on the outside is hanging tough in lane number 3. They almost bounce off each other as they come past the Detroit Yacht Club for the first time. Heading to the Rooster Tail turn, it's going to be Bowen and Burgess fighting for the win here in... Oh, they make contact. It's a 39 trying to cut in early. He goes to the outside, and look who's picked up the lead. It's Tyler Sams. Sams in the Miss Sam's Cola now leads as we start lap number 2. Cy Bowen is in second. DJ Miller is in third as Sams looking to pick up Gold Cup win number 1. Into the Belle Isle turn with 3 laps to go. Bowen managed to gather it back up, but now he's got to make up 5 boat lengths to keep his perfect streak alive. And we know that U17's got speed on the outside. We'll ride along with him now as they head towards the Detroit Yacht Club, heading towards the Rooster Tail turn. Bowen on the outside picks up about 2 boat lengths on the U35 as they head into the Rooster Tail turn. Sams is going to pull out to about a Rooster Tail over the U35 as we start lap number 2, but there's a lot of boat speed coming on the outside between the U17. Miss Sam's Cola leads the way. Rockbot is in second. Mekhi Burgess in third in the U38. Trolley, and fourth is DJ Miller. We head down the front straightaway into the Belle Isle turn. Once again, Cy Bowen's picked up a couple boat lengths over the U35, but he's going to need to gain more than that if he wants to continue his perfect streak and win the Gold Cup. So Bowen picked up a boat length there, but Tyler Sams still holds on. They head down towards the Yacht Club once again into the Rooster Tail turn. What a big win would this be for Tyler Sams. Looking for his first Gold Cup win as he heads into the Rooster Tail turn. It hasn't been the best season for Tyler Sams, but this would be a big step up for him as Cy Bowen's in second as we start lap number 4. Into the championship laps now. Sams has the lead. Bowen's still holding tough. They hit the kink and head towards the Belle Isle turn. Meanwhile, behind them, Mekhi Burgess is in third. He's got no one around him, so it looks like he's going to get 225 points. But Tyler Sams has managed this race beautifully, and he's maintaining the distance between himself and Cy Bowen. It was contact between Bowen and Burgess that pushed him out wide, and Tyler Sams was able to capitalize, and now he is 3 turns from a Gold Cup win as he heads towards the Detroit Yacht Club in the Rooster Tail turn. Cy Bowen's going to have to give it everything he's got in these last 3 turns if he wants to win the Gold Cup. But off turn 2, here comes Tyler Sams taking the white flag one more time around. Sams has the lead, but Bowen is gaining. He's now back to about 5 Rooster Tails between himself and Sams. So Sams is going to be kept honest here on this last lap. Can he hold on the dominant power so far in SNHL Division 1 in Cy Bowen? Cy jumps to the inside. He strikes a buoy. Cy Bowen makes the first real mistake all season, and now Tyler Sams is going to cruise home for his first SNHL Gold Cup win. It's been a long time coming for Sams. He was a runner-up in the D2 championship. His first year in D1 did not go the way he thought it would, but coming off the Rooster Tail turn one final time, Tyler Sams is going to write his name in SNHL immortality. Tyler Sams wins the Gold Cup. Mekhi Burgess crosses for second. DJ Miller is going to end up on the podium in third. I should say DJ is in second. Mekhi is going to be in third. Actually, now Tim Johnson is being shown in third. Pete Lacoste comes home in 4th, but Tyler Sams is Gold Cup winner for the first time. So Mekhi Burgess was hit with a lane violation and a buoy strike. Cy Bowen drops back to 5th on the buoy, but it's going to be Tyler Sams that stands above as the Gold Cup champion. DJ Miller with a congratulatory bump there. We're going to hear from our podium in a moment. As the winning boats comes in, let's go ahead and hear from our third step on the podium, and that is Tim Johnson. Tim, that was a chaotic first lap. You were able to survive, and you come out of Detroit with great points and a podium.
Yeah, didn't quite hit my timing mark as I would have hoped to, and got stuck behind some boats, and then didn't have a great turn. Just kind of things kept piling on. I decided to back out and try and just find some clean water to finish, and got lucky that there was a couple penalties, and yeah, I'll take a third after all that.
Yep, so it was a good points day, and I think what helped out with the racing tonight, it was a calm wind at Detroit, something we're not used to. How did that change up how the night went for you?
Yeah, it was much nicer. I remember last year it was quite a bit higher wind, and going down the front stretch, you could just randomly hit a roller and be done. So it was nice to have a nice smooth ride and be able to control your boat.
Well, Tim, congratulations and good luck next time out in Tri-Cities.
Thank you very much.
So DJ Miller should be on his way up. He is here now. So we're going to get DJ Miller. Sorry about that. We're going to get DJ Miller up here, finishing second on the night. DJ, you wanted that 5th Gold Cup, but second place, all things considered, is not a bad run.
It would have been the 4th if I had won it, but I for my first race of the season, I think I did pretty good. I survived a lot of chaos tonight, which is all you can really ask for when racing at Detroit. In that first heat, I got washed down, but I had a lucky break with some penalties and still got second. And then the heat after that, went through some rooster tails and still got second, and then finally managed to win a heat, got into the final, and just, in the final heat, you go out there and you do what you can do, and I ended up not being in the winning position, and Tyler was, and that's how it goes. I was really hoping when that collision happened in the rooster tail turn, that one lap, almost for a brief moment, it was like the seas parted, and suddenly I'm looking at just me and Tyler racing for the win, but then Cy came back over on me and slammed the door, so wasn't meant to be, but it was lots of fun night.
Yeah, it was a fun night, and there was a lot of, I would say, chaos tonight, despite the water being so calm. What makes this Detroit River so challenging?
The fact that you're going almost 200 miles an hour, and so it's basically a hairpin corner, and most of these guys aren't lifting when they do it. That's what makes it pretty chaotic.
Yeah, well, DJ, congratulations, and good luck next time out.
Yeah, I'll take the second, and I still beat Cy at the end end results. So,
congratulations, DJ Miller. I'll go ahead.
Thank you, Daryl.
You're welcome. DJ Miller, driver of the DC, presents Deft, and now I think the happiest guy in Detroit right now, Tyler Sams, for the first time, the Miss Sam's Cola winner of the SNHL Gold Cup. Tyler, congratulations. You stopped the winning streak of Cy Bowen, but most importantly, you're a Gold Cup champion.
Thank you. I just want to say, Cy's been on a crazy run, and it has been extremely insane on how much he's winning. So, congrats to him. It was definitely fun to win. I want to thank Connor for the setup and Levi for the spot. Witherall earlier, too. Thank you, guys.
Well, Tyler, the seas kind of parted for you there as the U38 and the U17 were battling. Take us through lap number 1 there at the Rooster Tail turn.
Well, coming down to the turn, I definitely thought it was over. I thought Cy had me there, but I don't know what happened. I'm gonna have to go watch it back. But it all just worked out in the end. I had to battle for 5 laps against Cy. I think he had a buoy or something. But that kind of sealed the deal and made it official.
All right, well, Tyler, congratulations and good luck in Tri-Cities.
Thank you.
So Tyler Sams, your winner of the SNHL Gold Cup. That catapults him to 7th in the standings. Your top 5 after tonight, Cy Bowen continues to lead with 6,952 points. Miss Tri-Cities is 2,597 points back. The Mr. Pringles is 2,788 points back. The Miss Coca-Cola 29-2 back. And the Peer Pressure, Pete Lacoste, great night for him. He jumps up to 5th, 3,072 points back of the leader. Well, Tyler Sams is your Gold Cup champion. Next time out, we will be in Tri-Cities December 14, 2024 for the SNHL Columbia Cup. Join us for 3 heats of action in Tri-Cities in Kennewick, Washington. Racing, our pre-race will start at 6:30 with Heat 1A to start at 7. Well, Tyler Sams is your Gold Cup winner. My name is Daryl Kinsey Jr. Thank you to Brad Luce for joining us earlier this evening. My name is Daryl Kinsey Jr., the voice at Saturday Night Hydroplane League. Thank you so much. We will see you next time in Tri-Cities. Good night, everybody.